Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to Third Wave Trades. Thanks for sticking with me. I had a couple things I just had to take care of this morning. We're back. We're live. Tesla earnings today. How you guys doing today? Sorry I couldn't make it yesterday either. I really tried, but I just had way too much going on. So I apologize. We could not be on live yesterday, but the stock had a great day. We're at 296.30 right now, and we had a great day yesterday. So let's see. It's looking pretty strong, but obviously, with earnings, you never know what's going to happen. So we'll take a look at some of the things I think are happening. We'll take a look at the bigger picture that I think is playing out, right? One major thing is that we broke above that channel top, right? So we're kind of out of this wedge for now. So we'll see how price action plays out today, and we'll go over some more macro things as opposed to just looking at just the micro. So glad you guys are with me, and let me know if you guys have any questions from yesterday, and I'll try to answer them. Let me know what you guys are thinking too. How you guys feeling about earnings? All right, so we kind of got an ascending level of support right here. Let's see if that holds for us. Volume's picking up right now. We're back above our 5 and our 9 EMAs. RSI is looking decent, right above 50 on the 5-minute chart. It's 298. I don't know if you guys noticed, but pre-market we wicked out. We had a pretty strong wick out to the 298. So I do think we will fill that. We might just fill it right now because the volume is really kicking in right now. Good morning, Sajan. Good morning, Sunny Ann, Edwin, Love Never Fails, Donnie, Christopher. Thank you guys so much. Red Cake, appreciate all you guys being on. Not sure yet. Still thinking about getting in. Yeah, I think I don't know. I mean, if you want to like just play the earnings, like if you think it's gonna be like a good move, I would just just be wary, right? Sometimes earnings can come out good, and the stock still may not move in our direction, or uh, the stock could move in your direction, and now because like your contract might not gain as much because the IV is pretty high. A lot of people thinking over 20% margin. Street is thinking 18. Troy's has like thinking 17% margin. What are your thoughts? These vary vastly. I'm really not too sure, honestly, about the margins, right? Like we've been talking about this for a couple of weeks. We've been thinking like um we've been hearing like, oh, the margins may not be good. They lower they had all these price cuts and whatnot. But to be honest with you guys, me personally, I don't follow or I don't not that I don't follow, but I don't base my trades off of the fundamentals. I kind of like fall in the school of thought that everything is basically priced into the price action. So I just go by what the price action is telling me. So I couldn't really break it down for you on what I think their margins are going to be. Um, I just really stick to the technicals and whether or not I think the price is going up or down, to be honest with you. I mean, that's kind of like how all technical analysts really look at it. Just give me 1 second, guys. Sorry, guys. Back. Will I be live during earnings? Yeah, I will. What do you guys know? What time exactly the earnings is? Is it like around 4:30? I'm definitely gonna try to be live. Hopefully, I don't have anything that I have to do. Really, it'll be nice to see how the price action plays out. Yeah, right. It's closed shortly after market close. Yeah, so I'm thinking like around 4:15, 4:30. I should be good. I should be free around that time. We'll see. I mean, I'll let you guys know. What I'm kind of curious about, then, the way that I'm looking at it is to see how the price actually moves right up until then, right? So I feel like if we were to run up and get to like 300 to 314, like that level that we're looking at from a technical standpoint before earnings, I don't know if I would necessarily want to play earnings, to be honest with you guys, because I'm kind of just taking a look at it by levels. So if we don't hit before then, I think I would stay in. But if right now we have the major run up, uh, I probably won't play the earnings. But then again, like I told you guys, I've taken profit along the way. So even if I do go into it with earnings, I'm not gonna go in like heavy. I mean, I don't have much left in my position. I've been taking profit on the way up. So the way that I'm looking at it, like, it was a great trade. It was a great move, right? We've been talking about this Tesla move ever since we got the bounce at like 150. A good entry was around 160, 180, and I don't want to necessarily like get greedy towards the tail end of it, and rather just take my profits from where I can, and then just find the next play, right? So there's a bunch of others tickers that I'm looking at that I think are getting ready to make like a decent move, right? Hopefully something just as nice as this, right? Neo, Palantir, um, some of the mining stocks. There's a couple of good options out there. I've actually been looking at Upstart, Affirm, um, couple of different tickers. So essentially, like I'm thinking maybe I will just like maybe leave a runner or two for earnings, take the rest out, and then move on to the next play. But that's just me, guys. I mean, you guys do what you guys think is best. Nice push right now. 297. We're coming on 297 again. Volume is increasing, picking up on the RSI. I think we will come and test that 298 pre-market wick. I think if we push past that, we definitely go to 300. If we get a strong close above that 298 wick level, with the confirmation candle above it, um, I think we go to 300 soon. What's my highest conviction stock after Tesla? Not too sure right now. I'm gonna figure it out. I guess when I get there, I think Neo's gonna have a solid move. But there's a couple others that I'm looking at. Hello, beautiful Tesla. Hey, what's up, Kasim? It has been a while. Haven't seen you in the chat. All right, guys, we're testing that 298 level that we wicked out at this morning. Volume is strong, so I definitely think we're gonna get this break right here. RSI is not too high, so we have room to run. See, I think we can put a level around the 300, which is most likely going to be psychological level. And then if we push past that, honestly, the next real key level for me is 314. So it's a pretty massive move. What do I think of the rebalance on the Nasdaq for Tesla this coming Monday? Not too sure. I've been hearing about them rebalancing the Nasdaq and everything for it's been a couple weeks now, and I'm not too really sure if it's going to have a major impact, honestly, on or what the impact really will be. 314 would line up with the predicted 8.2% move. Excuse me, guys. 314, I think everybody from a technical analysis standpoint is looking at 314, right? Whether you're using Elliott wave theory, whether you're just using like speed lines or whatever form of your technical analysis, that 314 is going to be a key level, right? You can see from over here on the bigger picture, that's where we had that triple top resistance. So honestly, I think it's anywhere from 310 to 314 because that's where we have like a major supply area. Yes. So this is a weekly chart. But you guys can see we're pretty much out of this channel right now with this strong move for this week. But we do have a pretty strong supply area over here around that 310 to 314. You can see it a little bit better on the daily time frame. So I think that's a level that I would be looking at to take some profit at. Because from there, I'm not saying that it can't go higher than that. It can, but initially you might see a pullback once you get to that level, and it may come back down to this channel top, accumulate there for a little bit, and then bounce back up. So really just depends on how much time you guys have on your contracts and whatnot. All right, so we got the break above 298. Strong move. 30 seconds left. See how the volume is picking up. So this is pretty decent rally right here. I think Tesla's kind of outperforming the market right now too. SPY looks like it's down a little bit. How is the triple Q? Triple Q is at 386.73. So for Tesla, it will be rebalanced from 4.5% to 3.4%. 104 BP change. Gotcha. Hold on one second, guys. I'm getting a phone call. What tool am I using on the screen? This is TradingView. Hey, Adam. Welcome to the chat. This is a TradingView that I'm using. All right. So we're holding strong. We got a good. That's a clean break right there with volume, right? So that's definitely a breakout move. You just want to, if I were waiting to trade this on the breakout, I would just wait for the confirmation, right? So the confirmation is basically a second candle that closes above that level that we just broke out from. So if this were to pull back below it, it wouldn't be uh, confirmation, but we got the close above it. So even though it was a red candle, we still closed above this breakout level. So that would be a good entry in my opinion. Let's see if we could get some follow up now to push higher to that 300 level, which I think is going to be our next target. But while we're doing that, I'll leave that kind of like on the right hand side, and we'll kind of just look at the bigger picture, right? Now, you guys know that we've been following this play for a long time, basically back since we were in this corrective move over here back in like March. We were looking for the drop down to 150, right, um, where we had a gap and everything. And now, matter of fact, let me quickly go to the bigger picture right here, and then we'll go back to look at that. So, um, yeah, so we waited for it to get to this gap area over here, and then we called for the bounce once we saw that bullish reversal engulfing candle pattern, and then we've been running up, right? So now we're looking at a five-wave move to take us to roughly 320 to $340 for a third wave move, which is like the primary scenario that I'm looking at. Um, the secondary scenario would be that we're in a 1-2-1-2, uh, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. So right now we're looking at a 1, 2, 3, 4, and possibly a fifth wave finishing over here around this area. All right, so that's the picture that we're looking at: a five-wave move higher, that could take us to around 340. And I've basically been calling for that since, back since we bounced over here, since before that even. Like I said, like in March, we were looking for a second wave down and then a third wave to go up to around $340. So now, in terms of the micro count of what's playing out, this is the more bullish count that I have, and I think this is what's playing out, right? So I told you guys last time that if we broke out of this wedge, I would be looking at more at the bullish count as opposed to the less bullish count. The less bullish count was that we would just kind of reach 295 to possibly like 305, around that level, basically going to the top of this wedge and then breaking down, right, for a correction. So do something like this, and then we break downwards after we get to the end of this wedge. So because we broke out of this pattern right now, it's making me think that we have a couple more waves left in this rally, which is my more bullish count. So the idea is that we're in a 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4. We're finishing up this larger degree third now, right? So this orange Roman numeral 3 that you guys can see over here, we're finishing that up, and then after that we'll get a pullback similar in nature to this pullback that took us down to 240, right? So it'll be a pretty deep retracement or a sideways retracement that will last a little while, like maybe 2 or 3 weeks, and then from there we'll make one more push higher to around that 340 level, right? So let's say this is what's playing out. That's why I still think that if we get to that 314 level, um, that would basically be a good area to take profit, unless you're willing to hold for a sideways move, right? So if you have time on your contracts, if you have contracts that are like not expiring till like maybe September or something, and theta is not really a problem, then yeah, by all means, uh, continue to hold and wait out this correction before another rally higher. But if you're running out of time on your contracts, if they're expiring like in a week or so, it might be a good idea that on this run up to just take your profits, uh, wait out the sideways correction, and then get back in again. So that's kind of like the bigger picture that I'm looking at it from an Elliott wave perspective, right? So that's why I'm really kind of just playing it by the levels. So let's see. I mean, it's only 11 o'clock right now. If it can have this rally and this move towards that 314 level today before earnings, I might just consider taking profit and maybe only leaving a runner or two for earnings. Just as a calculated YOLO. You know what I mean? Uh, so That's kind of my bigger picture. Just wanted to fill you guys in on that, right? But I mean, I could be wrong, and it could push even further on this, and this could be a very very extended move up. Um, this wave count is a little tricky, but it's not like the tricky. It's not like Nvidia, right? I mean, Nvidia is really crazy, and if you try to do a wave count on that, uh, you could really get lost in it. But Nvidia is a good example of how I was looking at Nvidia and I thought, okay, it was getting ready for a pullback based off of the wave count, and instead, the earnings came out and they ran up $100, and it just made me go back and have to redo my wave count and realize that it's a much more extended move. So there's always that possibility. So I think that's kind of like where the fundamentals like really comes in. If you guys, are well aware of what you think, you know, how margins are going to come out, and how how the earnings are going to play out based off of like the fundamentals. If you guys are more in the know, I would definitely leverage that to help make your decision. But from a technical standpoint, I think 313 to 314 is going to provide a lot of resistance. I think there's a lot of I think that's a pretty strong supply area. We're not coming back to that area since last like September, right? And it provided a pretty strong resistance there. So let's see how it plays out for the rest of the day. It's looking like a pretty strong move right now. We might just get to that level before earnings, to be honest with you. Nvidia, yeah, Nvidia is definitely a beast, and Nvidia has a lot more room to run too. Believe it or not, Nvidia. I would not be surprised to see Nvidia at 600, 500, 550, 550 to 600 is not a reach, honestly. 298 plus now. God bless us all. Yeah, you've been with us for a while, Donnie. I think you were with us when we were going through that whole like sideways move, and we were talking about it when we dropped down to like 240, right? When we were recovering from that. Surprised to see Yelton's not in here today. Sunny Ann's been with us. Love Never Fails been with us. But it's been fun just kind of like documenting this trade, right? Like I've only been doing the lives I think for about 2 or 3 weeks, but you guys can go back and see my earliest video on Tesla. Uh, it's like probably around March, around this area when we were in that correction. So it's been fun. It's been a really good trade, and I think it's going to be time soon to step away from it for a little bit. So I'll be probably looking, like I said, to get into another trade. I'll let you guys know what that is. Probably won't be able to live stream as much on YouTube, at least. Definitely not every day. I have a new job starting on Monday, so I kind of like was free for a couple of weeks to do these live streams. So it's definitely been fun, but I won't be able to do it every single day again. Um, I will be doing a couple live streams a week, like on my Patreon and stuff like that. So if you guys want to join me there, that's kind of like where, if you guys want to join, like that's where you'll get access to my Discord, which has basically all kinds of educational content on technical analysis. You'll get my live trades and everything. Um, there'll be a chat for like the whole like community and everything. So that should be up and running like in another, like I said, 3 weeks. Putting the finishing touches on it. So if you guys are interested in following me still after this trade, after this play, that's where you can find me. The link should be in the description. Then also I have my Instagram and my TikTok where I'll be posting like updates on certain stocks and tickers, just quick updates if you guys can't follow along. If you guys don't really have the bandwidth to watch the YouTube videos, um, or just join live streams and things like that, then you guys can just follow me on my TikTok and my Instagram page where I'll just give updates. Alright, a little bit of a pullback. We weren't able to hold that level above 298, and now we're breaking below our 5 and our 9 EMAs. We have this rising level of support over here. So let's see if we have to come all the way back down to that, or we can recover from here. Take a look at the overall market. I feel like the overall market is pulling back a little bit, and that's the reason. Yeah, 454.96 on SPY. Triple Q is holding up a little bit. I mean, these things are really like the market has really ran for the whole week, so a little bit of a pullback is not a bad thing as we stair step higher. I'll leave the bigger picture over here on the side. It's really nice to see Tesla getting back to that 300 level. I mean, after all that sideways trading we watched for like the past 3 4 weeks, when we were down at like 260, 239 before that. It's been a pretty strong move. And I do think that if we reach 300, if we hit that 314 level, um, in a much bigger picture, right? I think we are definitely headed towards 340 to 400 by the end of the year, right? So essentially, what I'm thinking is that we'll hit this level, right, around this 314 to 320 area. That will give us the top of this third wave, and then we're gonna kind of get like this like long sideways correction, which may take 2 months or so, right? Similar to this correction. So this correction lasted us. This macro correction lasted us from February to May, basically, right? So the same way we had a long correction here, I think that's what we're gonna get. Oh, sorry. I'm actually confusing it. No, that's not what I think. Let me run that back. So after we get to this 314 level, will still get a pretty strong correction, but it'll probably be like a 1 to 2 week correction, and then we'll get a rally higher for that 340 level, and then after that, that's when we'll get the really long correction, in my opinion, right? That will be the correction, um, kind of like this one, like 2 3 months, and then we'll rally higher to that 400 level. Sorry, kind of got confused in my own waves. Does that make sense? So basically, this is the fourth wave of this third wave that I'm talking about over here. So this is our third wave move. This whole thing is our third wave move. Just like this whole thing was our first wave move, second, third, and then once this third is completed around that 340 area, that's kind of like where we'll get this long 2 month correction. So basically, if we could get to 340, um, I would take profit there and just not be in a play at all for 2 to 3 months on Tesla while it's doing this, unless it's like a scalp or a day trade. Um, if you can get on the right side of it, but just let the correction play out, and then once it's done, find another entry somewhere back around here to ride it for the move higher for the end of the year. That's kind of how I'm looking to play it. Will you let us know when take profit time is in the moment? That's tricky. Love never fails. I mean, A, I don't want to give financial advice. I just give like my analysis, and B, it's hard for me to tell anybody when to take profit because A, it depends on your risk tolerance. It depends on how heavy you're in. Sometimes it makes sense to take a risk, where sometimes it doesn't. I can just tell you like areas where I think that it's gonna pull back, but again, I don't know if you're holding shares, if you're holding contracts, when your expiration is, how much time. I can tell you what I might do in a certain situation, right? I'm being completely transparent with you guys. Like I I do think that um, if we get to this 314 level, I would take profit, and even if it ran past that, I wouldn't be upset at it, right? Because again, I got in early down here, and if I could ride this all the way up to 314, $100 move on a swing trade, to me, it's a good trade. And if it runs up another $20 that I miss out on, I'm perfectly fine with that because I'd rather uh, leave some on the table than to hold and then it pulls back and then I lose what I already have, right? So it all really depends on your mentality and what you would personally be happy with. I think that 313 to 314 is a pretty strong resistance level, so that if we do pull back from there, if we could break through there, right? This is the hard part, right? If it was happening during the day, you could easily watch as it's happening and see, okay, it broke through that level, and uh, it's not looking back. It's just cutting right through it, right? Like knife through butter, it's just breaking through resistances. Then okay, then you just hold and you just wait until you see some sign of weakness, but uh, because it's happening like the move may happen after hours. It's really tricky because after hours it could hit 314, um, and then pre-market could come, and then all these big whales might just end up taking profit over there. And by the time it gets back to us tomorrow morning, it's back down to like 295 or something. You know what I mean? Like you never know with the earnings. It's very tricky. So all I can say is from a technical standpoint, there is a pretty strong resistance around that 313 to 314 area. So it's an area where I would look to at least, if not take all profit, to definitely take some profit. So this way you secure something. Does that help in any way? And also keep in mind, love never fails. I've like I said, on the move up, right? I went in heavy early, and I've been taking profits on the way up, right? So and just because that's kind of like how my risk tolerance is, right? So I wouldn't, some people would probably just hold for the entire move. And again, if that's your level of risk tolerance, then that's perfectly acceptable. So I think you kind of have to make the decision for yourself. What's a good area to take profit in? Where do you feel comfortable? I will say, um, I speak mostly from the standpoint that people are trading options, that people are trading calls, right? Because that's kind of like where time really matters, and these pullbacks and everything, like they can really affect your theta, IV, and all that stuff, right? So uh, I speak from that perspective. Now, if you guys are shareholders, right? In my personal opinion, if you guys are shareholders who have a price like where you guys got in like around 150, $100, I think there is absolutely no concern in just holding, right? If you guys are in it for the long haul, I personally would just hold because I think uh, we will reach like 400 by the end of the year, right? So it'll fluctuate, right? You'll get up to like 320, 330, 340, maybe pull back down to 300, go back up to like 340. sideways, going up and down for like a little while, from anywhere from 360 back down to 300, and then get a strong move up. So if you're willing to hold through all of this, I think I don't think we're coming back down to 200 anytime soon. Personally, if we break past 320, so and if it does come back down there, it's just in my opinion a buying opportunity. It's just to add to your position, because I do think regardless, the two scenarios that I have, the two larger scenarios that I have, they both are seeing Tesla go to like around 340 to 400, like if not by the end of the year, at least by like early January, February, March of next year. So if it pulls back to 200, you kind of just cost average down or whatever. If you're holding with shares, right? Times no option, just add to your position, and then you just let it run back up. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it. And if you take a look at a larger scenario, right? Like, so if we go to this is a monthly chart, right? Let me just hide my drawings. So if you look at a monthly chart, basically since January's bounce, we are now doing higher highs and higher lows. Basically, we've ended downwards, this uh, downwards trend, right? So we broke the downward trend by taking out those peaks over here, and now we're just free to like just make higher highs and higher lows. We're literally doing it right now, right? So this previous peak was around 296. Right now we're at 298, probably going to push to 300, and we've taken out this peak right here. Even if we pull back, right, we could pull back to 240 to 230. From there, we're just going to go higher again, in my opinion, and just continue this upwards trend. So again, without knowing exactly how you guys are trading, um, what you guys' style of trading is, if you guys are playing options, you guys are playing shares, you guys are long-term investors, you guys are just looking to make a quick profit, risk tolerance. It's hard for me to tell you where to take profit, So, but you've been following the stream. Love never fails. You've been following the stream. You've been following like my videos. I know for a long time. So I think you'll make the right choice. I think you'll make the right choice. In what's best for you. I'm pretty confident in you. All right, guys. So we're back above our 5 and our 9 EMAs. Volume is a little low. Still above 50 on the RSI. Probably looking to now take out this level before volume comes back in. See, it's starting to pick up a little bit. On the bigger picture on the left, you guys can see on the hourly, we're above our 21 and our 50 EMA, starting to create some separation. One thing I will say, it's kind of going back to your question, love never fails. Like it's kind of like generalizing it a little bit more. But what is a good place to take profit? You know, um, I would just say like it's always good to take profit when there is uncertainty. Whenever uncertainty like comes into the picture, it's probably a good idea to take profit and just don't look back, right? So you take profit and then, all right, the stock ran up another 20, $30. Don't beat yourself up over it. There's always another play. There's going to be another play. Other stocks are going to rally. And, if you play both sides of the market, um, there's whether a stock is going to rally or a stock is going to pull back, there's always, always, always other opportunities out there. I made the mistake when I first started trading of thinking like, this is it. This is the play, and you get tied to the play and there's never going to be another opportunity. It's not the case. You know, there's going to be some trades that you're going to make that are going to be like 300% trades. And there's going to be others that you make that are 20% trades. And it's just as long as you're profiting, you're always putting yourself in a position to move on to the next play and uh, make that next play. Like as opposed to you know not taking profit and then losing what you had. So I'm kind of like just speaking from experience that I've done it early on where uh, I was up really, really good money and I just wanted to keep holding, right? That hold mentality. And it just came back to bite me in the ass. So uh, the profit that you see right now is not what you have, right? Your realized profit is a completely different thing. So that's why I say, like, whenever there's a little bit of once uncertainty starts creeping into the picture, which for me personally, it is starting to creep into the picture, right? Because I can see the scenario is not as clear, right? Based off of the micro count and how it's playing out, right? That's why I already have like two or three different scenarios on how this can play out, and I'm trying to watch it to the best of my ability. Um, but uh, but right now, there's a couple different paths that it could take. So like when I got in early, I knew based off my analysis that we were going to push up, and I was thinking towards that 340 level, right? So for me to get in around 160, 170, um, it was perfectly good trade, right? I would have a stop loss around this low right here, get in over here, and just let it ride. But now we're coming towards the tail end of it. Whether it's 320, whether it's 340, whether it's 360, we're coming to the tail end of it, and it's just a little bit more uncertain now. So it's best to just take profit, in my opinion. Uh, Thoughts on IV Crush? Um, what about it? Like right now, because of like the earnings, like is it good to get in based off of the IV Crush? Is that what you're asking? Yeah. Do you think it's good to just take profits? So to take profits before the earnings, again, like for me, um, yeah. So I mean, look, that's a good point. Like IV Crush is gonna uh, play a factor in it as well, right? So to me, it's just it increases uncertainty, and whenever uncertainty increases, it is a good idea, in my opinion, to if not take off your whole position, at least take some profits, so this way you have something secured, and then you're willing to play with just what you are willing to lose, right? Whether it be of your profits or your own actual money. Um, I'm still looking at it from the perspective of just a key level, right? So. Uh, Right now, it's only 11:15. I think in the second half of the day, we're gonna kinda see where this thing is really headed, right? So, if we get closer to that 314 area, above 300, which I think we may do, honestly. It's looking like it's just kinda, like, consolidating right now, but towards the end of the day, if we get to that 314 level, I'm basically gonna leave, uh, maybe 1 or 2 runners for earnings, and I'm gonna take everything else off the table, right? So, um but if we hold below that, 'cause my point is that I think that we're gonna hit 314. From a technical perspective, I think we're definitely gonna hit 314 before we get a major pullback. So, if we are still just chopping around 300, by the end of the day, I'll probably play the earnings, leave more on the table because I think that we're gonna get to that level. So, I'm playing it from a level standpoint, from a technical analysis, like, level by level, as opposed to, what I think is gonna happen on earnings or anything else. But again, red cake, it really depends on, is it a good time to take profits? Is like, okay, well, what was your entry? Uh, how much are you up in terms of percent? Are you satisfied with, how much you made on the play? Uh, what do you think in terms of, does this play still have more room to run? Is towards the tail end of the play? Uh, is there increased uncertainty in your mind? Like, I would ask all of these questions, and try to make a decision that way. Like, all right, is it good to take take profit here? And again, I can't stress this enough, guys. There are other plays. I know personally, there are other plays that are coming up that are going to be just as strong as this, right? So if you go back to my first Tesla video that I posted, I was talking about how anybody who missed out on Nvidia, Tesla was gonna provide a great move, right? For anybody who missed out on Nvidia, this was your chance to get into another good play, and that's, like, back when Tesla was still around the 200, under the 200 level even, right? So, again, I say for anybody who missed out on the Tesla play, you don't have to necessarily go chasing the top of this play, right? You don't have to chase this in order to make money. There's other plays that are gonna come up that are gonna be in the beginning of their move where they're a lot safer from a risk to reward standpoint, right? So don't chase at the top. Don't FOMO when you see everybody else is, getting in. And in my opinion, right, this is not financial advice. It's just personal experience that I'm kind of just relaying to you guys because I've done it in the past, and it's taken me a long time to learn that there's always other plays coming up. Even if we don't know what they are right now, they'll reveal themselves. You just got to keep an eye open, do the technical analysis, do your fundamental analysis, and just be ready. Me personally, I think we are headed in a bullish market, and even if we're not, I play both sides of the market, so there'll be opportunities to short as well. So taking profit is never a bad idea in my opinion. But then once you take the profit, you kind of just gotta like be like, all right, that play is done. Boom, on to the next one. Don't even look back. Uh, you know, so if it runs up a few dollars after you get out, it's no big deal. Not an options trader. You're a hodler, but your stream is still the best real time. Thanks. Stay within. You'll attract a lot more interest. Thank you, Steve. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. It's a great compliment. Runner means out the money calls. So no, when I say runner, Sonny, I just mean like let's say my initial position I had. I'm just gonna give you like guys random numbers. Let's say I had 50 contracts, right? So runner just means like okay, how many that I'm just gonna leave, uh, kind of not as a YOLO, but like let's say I sold by the end of the day, I'm gonna sell 45 of my contracts, and I have 5 contracts left that I'm kind of like okay with just letting ride out. Like if they pull back or if they go up, whatever the case is, I'm okay with it, right? So it's kind of like based off of my own risk uh, tolerance and stuff like that. So I'll sell 45 contracts. I'll keep those 5 contracts that I'm going to leave as runners during the earnings play. Everything else is profit that I took my profit. So that's kind of like what I mean by runners. What are the next big plays in your opinion that are in the beginning of their move? There's a couple. I keep stressing Neo. I do, and I think Neo is up right now again. Let me see. Yeah, Neo's back up towards almost $11, right? 10.95. Uh, I think Neo is going to be one of them. I think Block is one of them. I think Coin is kind of like the move has kind of happened already. Like a strong part of the move when Coin happened. I was keeping an eye on it, but honestly, I never got around to making a video about it, and because I was so tied up in there's only so many stocks you can watch at a time. Honestly, before you really start, it's kind of like less is more, in my opinion. So sometimes you can't watch too many without actually hurting yourself more than you're helping yourself. But other than Coin, there was I think Upstart is going to be a solid move. Oh, so see, look, I was looking at Upstart just a couple of days ago, and it's up $6 for today. Oh man, that was something I was really paying attention to. But I think there'll be a pullback on these. So it's essentially, we're looking at it in terms of waves, right? So like you'll have this wave up, right? And then once you get this wave down, this will be a kind of like a buying opportunity and for the next wave up. But a lot of these are starting to look like they're rebounding now, right? So Upstart was one, I think Affirm is one, and so look, see this one I kind of like was drawing out what I think are potential wave counts happening here. So you have your first wave, second wave, starting a third wave move. It looks like. Um, so I mean, look, I'll let you guys know. I'm still gonna be making. I won't be able to do the lives like I said as much once this Tesla play is over. I'll still be posting videos on my YouTube channel on things that I think are going to be big movers. And then if you guys want like again real trades that I'm getting into, uh, my Patreon will be up in like 3 weeks, right? So a lot more than just personalized trades. Like I really am spending a lot of time on the educational content because I really want kind of like you teach somebody how to fish versus you just give them fish, right? Like you teach them how to fish, you feed them for forever. You you give a person a fish they eat for that, eat for that moment in time. So that's kind of like what I'm doing with my Patreon. I'm really spending a lot of time working on my educational content, right? So I'll also be doing like live stream, like teaching of like elite wave analysis, technical analysis, like 101, everything that you need to know. Then different strategies like stage analysis, Wyckoff method, supply and demand. So there'll be PDFs, there'll be slides, there'll be videos that you guys can all watch on your own time, and then there'll be like live stream like teaching sessions like hour long, right after like the market closes and stuff. So I think there will definitely be a lot of value in the Patreon besides just my call outs and my alerts on like this stock could go up to here and whatnot. So because it's great that you guys like kind of like trust my opinion a little bit, right? But again, I think it's better for you guys to learn and develop your own strategies based off of all all the different methods and stuff that are out there. So and then you form a community, and then once you have that community that's built, like everybody helps each other. Like everybody talks about their plays. Okay, I'm looking to get into such and such, and then you provide your due diligence, and everybody else in the community can read about it. So that's really what I'm trying to create. I'm trying to create a solid community where everybody can bring their own ideas and can bounce off of each other, where we help each other just basically learn. And there's a lot of things that I could add, right, to my own personal arsenal, which is like particularly in the fields of like fundamentals. I've already been like I'm starting to add it, but pure I'm purely a technical analyst at the moment. So you guys will be able to follow me there. You guys will be able to follow me there, and I'll give you guys updates on what I think are going to be nice trades moving forward. I think Tesla has been a great play, but I think there's going to be a lot of other really nice plays. It's almost looking reminiscent of 2021, right, where the whole market was moving. Right, we're getting a strong rebound on the market, and I was mentioning in the last video, on the last live stream, that there's still a lot of people who are bearish, and who are thinking that basically we're going to top out soon, and then pull back. And there's definitely an argument to be made for that, right? Even in terms of Elliott wave, there's a lot of people who are thinking that we might hit like 460, maybe like 465, right? Like for example on the SPY, and then we're just going to drop. We're just going to free fall drop and do kind of like another move down like we did in 2022, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's what people are saying is our A wave, and then this is like a A, B, C playing out right now, and then we're gonna get another 5 wave back down to make lower lows than we did in October. So we'll see. I think I'm a little bit more bullish than most people right now. I've kind of like been bullish since like January. I've been talking about like I think we're gonna get a strong rally up, but we'll see how this plays out. This is the bullish scenario that I have drawn out. That we're really just in a extended 5 wave pattern, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes. If we are bullish, then basically there's my point in bringing up all this. I know sometimes I go on like a tangent and stuff, but my point in talking about this is that if we are doing this right, are doing this very bullish move on the overall market, my point is to say that there's going to be a lot of solid trading opportunities, and then the key is just to know which stock, when to get in, and how to just basically ride the waves. My personal thoughts on earnings. Yeah, red cake. So like again, I approach the market primarily from a technical standpoint, right? So I don't really focus too much on what I think the earnings are going to be, and if it's a beat or if it's not going to be a beat, like what the margins are going to be, and what are the news catalysts. I go by the perspective that news is noise. Um, but with that being said, I will, from a technical standpoint, I will mention this. I mentioned this in my last video on Tesla. If we just take a look at the last 5, 10 earnings that Tesla has had, I highlighted this. Basically, where we've been in the technical trend has continued, right? So if we look at their last earnings, which is right here, this white box I have highlighted over here, the last earnings, we were in a downtrend, right? The downtrend is highlighted by uh, this. Oh, let me get rid of some of this. All right, so just look just at this blue line, right? So this blue line is our trend line. It's our 21 EMA. Above it, we're bullish. Below it, we're bearish. Above it, we're in an uptrend. Below it, we're in a downtrend. So in our last earnings, we were in a downtrend, right? Uh, and in terms of a Elliott wave move, we were finishing a correction. We had a C wave that we were finishing, which is going lower. So if you go back, you'll find my video. It's back in April. I said that very likely we're headed lower towards the 150 area when we were coming upon earnings, and we gapped down a decent amount, right? So we were in a downtrend, okay? Uh, let's go to the earnings before that. We were above our 21 EMA, right? When we got to our earnings, we were in this first wave impulsive move up. We ended up gapping up. Go back to the earnings before that. Right here, we were finishing this larger C wave move down, and we were below our 21 EMA. So the earnings, we ended up gapping down right here. Prior to that, our earnings, we were in the B wave recovery, right? This B wave recovery right here. So we were going up. We were above our 21 EMA in an uptrend. We gapped up. So basically, I see the earnings acting as a catalyst to help propel us in the overall trend that we are in at the time, right? That's pure. I mean, it doesn't have to be true 100% of the time. The point is, it's a higher probability. It's true most of the time. I would say 8 out of 10 times. That's basically what's played out. You can go back and back test it for yourself. Um, So I think so long as we are in that trend, which we are, right? We're still above our 21 EMA, and even my wave count, Elliott wave, is showing me that we still have room to push higher. I personally think that we will gap up uh, with um, with earnings today. That's my personal thought, based off of the technicals, based off of the Elliott wave count, based off of you know historical data, and then I mean if you approach things from like the idea of like fundamentals too, which again I don't do that much. But you've had like a lot of bullish news. Um, I'm still of the perspective that news is noise, but if you want to consider news, then we, the Cybertruck, uh, the all the centers that they're building, like what was it in Germany? They just announced one, or they're looking to expand. There was the center in India. There's obviously the Q2 deliveries beat. Yes, they had price cuts, but um, they've also supposedly like cut expenses and cut their costs as well. So um, I think overall, I am leaning towards a bullish move uh, with earnings. So we'll just see. The reason why I don't talk about it that much is because, and I still say it's good to take profit, is because those are just my personal thoughts based off of intuition that I can't prove, right? And I could very easily be wrong, right? So I don't want you guys to take that as gospel because it's not. It's just my own personal intuition. I try to give you guys things to go on that are like you can like validate based off of the actual technicals, right? So I don't want you guys to get biased based off of just the opinion of a random YouTuber. So look at the technicals, and I think base your decisions off of that, in my opinion, is the best way to play it. But those are my personal thoughts on earnings. I personally think that we will gap up higher, but I could be wrong. So take it with a grain of salt and just follow the technicals, in my opinion. What do I think of N? Is it at the beginning of a wave move higher? I'll take a quick look for you. Let's go to. All right. So the very first thing that I'll notice, right, without even doing a wave count, we're above our 21 EMA, so that's good. Um, let's take a look at it on a weekly, so we can zoom out. Um, on our weekly, I want to take a look at the 30 EMA. So it might be starting to move higher, but right now on the weekly, because it's below our 30 simple moving average, I wouldn't be looking to go long on it just yet. In terms of the wave count, mm, I would have to take a closer look at it. It might take me a little while to actually come up with the wave count, but uh, without going into too much detail about it, it looks like this was our larger first wave move up, and now we're in a retracement. This retracement could just be like an A wave, and then we get a B wave recovery, and then another C wave um, back down lower. So I'll have to take a look at it. But if you want, like I'll do a video on it. There's already a couple that are a couple videos that I'm kind of like behind on. So I'll probably just do a video where I'll throw like 3 or 4 tickers in one video. Um, and and you guys can just see a quick update in terms of what I think the wave count is and how I think it's playing out. But me personally, I wouldn't. This could be the start of something, right? Like one, two, three, four, five. But as of right now, it's still below its 30-week moving average, which is kind of what I use based off of Sam Weinstein's stage analysis before I even start to consider something uh, to go long on. So we'll see. I mean, it's hovering kind of like below it, so it may. If we get the break above it, I'll definitely be more interested in it. But as of right now, we're kind of like we're still below it. It could just act as resistance, and we push back lower. So, um, but yeah, I'll definitely take a look at that for you. Okay, got you. I will do 11 refills. I'll do a video on it for sure. All right, so Tesla's been sitting here trading sideways as I've been rambling for the past like hour or so, which is fine. It's good. It's just consolidating, building a base level over here that hopefully it will break out of. Let's take a look at the rest of the market. SPY is at 455.89. Triple Q 387.34. So triple Q is pushing higher now. All right, so that would probably help pull Tesla up. Take a look at Nvidia. 474, right, going back to that 480 level. A break of 480 might be a nice play to the upside. But I mean, it's pretty expensive now. So what else can we take a look at? So Palantir is another play, guys. That if you guys have been watching my videos for a while, then you know that I talked about Palantir a a long time ago. I mean, not a long time ago, but basically since I first started, which was like around February, March. We were basically in this area right here where I was already starting to get very bullish on Palantir. So go back, take a look at my previous videos. Um, we analyzed this entire move in terms of the wave count, in terms of the Wyckoff accumulation method, and when they had their earnings over here, we basically called this move out. We call that earnings would basically be the catalyst for it to get this jump across the creek, essentially, in Wyckoff terms. And that's exactly what we got. We ended up getting the gap up over here. And then from there, I kind of gave you guys a price target about around $14 on the low end, $18 to $20 on the high end. And as you guys can see, for this third wave move, and as you guys can see, we're at 1850 right now. So um, I haven't really talked about it since then. After I gave that price target of like $18 to $20, because it's just been playing out, and I traded it a little bit over here in this third wave move. Nothing, not heavy, and I haven't really been in it ever since it started correcting. So it's finishing up this larger degree third wave move now, right? So the fifth wave of this third wave, and I think it will start to pull back at some point around that $20 level, and then we're gonna get kinda like a sideways fourth wave correction on, this move as well, and then I probably will try to play it for a fifth wave move, right? So that's definitely something that I'm still looking at. Uh, it won't go, drastically higher, might end up going to, like, $25 or something like that, but, it'll still be a good setup, right? That if you can go in with, heavy volume, you can still make a good, solid play out of it, right? Again, guys, the reason why I call myself third wave trades is because I like to play these moves right here, these third waves, because they're the most impulsive. So when you can find those moves, you can kind of just get in and just let the play sit and make money. And that's really where we've been at with Tesla on this whole move up. It was a very nice third wave trade. So once this finishes up, we will we'll find another trade. We might have to take some fifth wave trades, right? Because a lot of moves are finishing up their third waves. But I one thing I don't do, guys, is play fourth wave corrections or any corrections really, unless it's towards the tail end of that correction and you could get in on a C wave. But for the most part, I try to stay out of the corrective moves and just I would rather use that time to keep doing analysis and keep finding what's the next play. I have no problem sitting on my hands for like a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, however long it takes for me to find the right trade setup and then get in, manage my, put in my stop loss, put in my take profit, like really do a detailed analysis on the next play because my preferred method of trading is swing trading. So I think there's a lot of opportunities to make a good amount, uh, a good decent amount swing trading right now. I think the market is pretty primed for it. Yeah, Palantir should be another solid trade setup. Neo, Affirm, Upstart, Block. You guys are like like GME people, right? I think GME actually may be getting ready to make a solid move as well. Anybody who's like really big on GME now, or you were in the past, GME, AMC, any of those meme stocks? I was pretty big on GME a couple of years ago, so it'd be interesting to see if it can make a decent move up. From a technical standpoint, this could either be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, that's kind of what it looked like at the time, and it still could be the case. And we're basically that's our first wave, and now we're starting a third wave higher. Or this could just be a nested 1, 2, right? So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and then you're gonna get a third wave move up. So either way, I think that a third wave trade may be coming on GME that could probably push it to like 30, maybe $40 a share. We're also above our 30-week moving average, and on the daily, we are above our 21 EMA. And we're just under our 21 EMA. So we'll see. I'm keeping an eye on it. I think it may have a pretty strong move. Then there's also Mara and Riot, which have made their moves. Again, you guys can go see these videos on my channel. I've been talking about them for a very long time. Mara was actually the very first video that I did that I posted on YouTube. But essentially, it's looking to do something like this. So I think Mara is in its third wave move, right? So we had this first wave, this second wave, first of third, second of third, this long correction, And now we're kind of like in that third of third, maybe get a fourth and then a fifth. And that should finish our third wave move. And then from there, a sideways correction for our fourth, and then another move for our fifth. And Riot is pretty much the same. So Riot, something similar, I think, is playing out. Finishing up the third wave move, fourth, fifth. Then we'll get a correction and then go higher from there. So definitely a lot of plays are still on the table once we're done with Tesla. Uh, Give me like 5 minutes, guys. I'm just gonna go grab myself a cup of coffee. I'll be back like 5 minutes. I'll leave the Tesla price action up over here. You guys got any questions? Feel free. Talk amongst yourselves. Be back in like 5-10 minutes. Hey guys, sorry for the long break. I'm back. Uh, bit of a sell-off candle happening. Yeah, it looks like it pulled back a little bit. I mean, nothing too major in my opinion. Still in an upwards trend. We are below our 5 and our 9 EMA. Broke below our 50 on the RSI, but looks like we're starting to curve back upwards. So we have this trend that we're above right now. So this is our trend line. So as long as this holds, we are in good shape moving forward, in my opinion. Can we do a count of the waves? Yeah, for sure. We'll do a wave count in a second. Um, all right. So yeah, you guys want to see a wave count? All right. So there's a couple of different scenarios, I think. Again, the larger wave count is this. Looks like we're getting a little bit of a bounce right now as well. So um, try to make this as clear as possible. If you guys got any questions, then let me know as I'm doing it. Let me just hide our moving averages here. So we just focus on the price action. And let's get rid of some drawings. So I'll go over the larger scenarios. There's two scenarios again that technically could still be playing out. I'm favoring the more bullish scenario, which is the scenario you guys see over here. So, and then once I go over these larger scenarios, then I'll zoom into what I think is happening right here. All right, so the larger scenario, one, the bullish scenario, which I'm favoring right now, is that we had a 1, 2, right? And now we're basically finishing up this third wave, right? So that's basically what we mean when we have like a 1, 2, 1, 2. So this is our first wave. This is our second wave. This whole move is our third wave. Then we're going to get a fourth wave and a fifth wave. Now, within this third wave, right, because our third wave is the extended move, we can break it down into a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right, which is our, that's this yellow count. And now within that third wave, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And within that red third wave, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you could even break down that into a further 5 wave count, right? So that's basically the extended move. So that's the bullish scenario that I'm picturing, which essentially means that even after we finish this rally up, let's say like ideally it takes us to that 314 level, we'll have a little bit of another correction, right? Similar to this correction right here, similar to this correction right here, and then we'll have one more push to the upside, right? So if you guys are considering whether or not to hold or not to hold, or you know, a lot of that would depend on how if you guys don't have to worry about time because you just have shares. I think it's perfectly plausible and you know to wait out for this correction because then you should end up getting another push higher, right? Based off of this count, that's what I see happening. Like we go to 314, this level, right? Not 314 necessarily, but around this level. Once we top out, we get a little bit of a sideways correction for like a week or two, and then we get one more rally, right? The same way we're getting this rally, the same way we had this rally, we get one more rally that could be like a nice $20 to $25 rally to take us to 340, which would be the perfect target for a for this entire third wave move to be complete, right? So that's that's scenario A, the more bullish scenario, and that's the one that again I am favoring. Um, the other scenario is I take that off. It's a less bullish scenario, But basically, what that is saying is that we're ending right here. Um, wh- so the less bullish scenario. Wait, once third wave is complete, what happens after that? I'll get to that in a second. You mean once this whole larger third wave move is then what complete? Then what happens after that? I'll get to that in a second. I just want to give you guys the less bullish scenario, right? So this is also important. This is still a pretty um, reasonable uh, count as well, right? And the idea is that uh, we are finishing up the entire third wave move now, and maybe we have one more wave up, like smaller wave, but it's really just finishing up this larger degree fifth wave right now, right? So you have one, two. This was our third. We completed over here uh, around 280 or so, and then this was our fourth wave, and now this is our fifth wave that's playing out, right? So after that, then we'll have a larger pullback, right? So basically the only difference between the bullish scenario is uh is 1 degree, right? So one degree higher on the more bullish scenario that could take us to 340, in which case that to me would be a real third wave move. If we were to top out around here and then get this pullback, to me this is a 1-2-1-2 setup. That's basically what I've been talking about for the past month or two, honestly. So either this is a third wave move that's taking us to 340, 350 around that area, or if we pull back from here, essentially what is happening is that, in my opinion, it's a 1-2-1-2, and it's going to set us up for a much more impulsive move down the line. But in the short term, we're going to get a very deep retracement back down to like the 200 to 220 level. All right, so let me see if I can show you guys that. So get this on these drawings. All right, so this was our first wave move, right? Now let me come to your question. Love never fails, right? So either I'm just trying to think about the best way to articulate this to so you guys can understand it. So let's go back to that first scenario, right? The more bullish scenario. Uh, all right, so this is the more bullish scenario, right? So what happens once this third wave move is done? Essentially, we'll get another fourth wave and another fifth wave, right? So here's our large degree first wave move, right? Back here from January to February. This was our large degree second wave move. This would be our large degree third wave move. After that, we will get a larger degree fourth wave and then a larger degree fifth wave, right? That's scenario one if we are getting this third wave move to around $340. Dollars. Um, the other scenario that I was talking about, the 1-2-1-2, if that's the case, then this is still our first wave. This is our second wave. This is our third wave. We'll top out around here. Sorry, this is our first wave, second wave, and then this is another first wave of our third wave. This is the second wave of our third wave. And then we will get a much more bullish third wave. So long term, this is a stronger setup for a move higher, but it would come with a deeper retracement in the short term, if that makes sense, right? Um, so I think knowing both of these scenarios, a good idea would be to start taking profit at some point around here, even if it goes up to here. Um, you know, you kind of like you've covered yourself on the way up. If you get a fourth wave correction and then a fifth wave, you could always get back in on the fifth wave. If you take profit around here, then if this does a deep retracement down to like that 200 level for a 1-2-1-2, a nested 1-2 is what we call it, um, then you could always get back in around this level over here and ride this wave up, which would be much, much stronger. So that's the bigger picture, right? Like, that's what is playing out in terms of, uh, the bigger picture. What's playing out over here right now, again, it depends on which scenario you're taking. If I'm taking the bullish scenario, the more bullish scenario, and again, this is a third wave, um, of our third wave that's completing. So this is our third wave, and this is the third of our third that's finishing up around this level. I'm just gonna put hypothetically 314 because that's the main resistance that I see, and then we'll get a fourth wave move, and then a fifth wave move, right? So, uh, in very simple terms, you have a push to 314, a pullback, let's say down to like 290, and then another push up to around 340, right? Those don't hold me to those numbers. Those are just like kind of uh, numbers for example, for the sake of illustration, right? So push up, pull back, and one more wave up. That's the more bullish scenario, all right? The less bullish scenario is that we just are basically just going to complete this move over here, and that's our entire fifth wave move, um, fifth of our third, and then we gonna pull back. So it's kind of like what's the least common denominator, and if that's the case, if in terms of like managing your risk, you want to play by the least common denominator. Both scenarios have this kind of like 314 level in common. So in terms of a risk to reward, like that's probably your best bet. There is, like I said, the chance that we go to like that 340 level, um, but that's only one scenario. Even though that's the scenario that I'm favoring, both scenarios have this 314 level. So you know, you guys kind of just have to decide how you want to play it. Possibly, that's why I say around this level, possibly take profit. If it does push higher, you leave a couple of runners for that. But um, what you don't want to happen is that you're all in, and then we get to this level, and then we start to pull back, and you didn't take any profit, waiting for that 340 level, and that just never came. So it's tricky, guys. It's tricky. It's never going to be clear cut. It's never going to be simple. That's kind of like where your decision making really has to come into play, and your risk management really has to come into play, because no form of analysis, whatever form of analysis you're using, whether it's Elliott wave, whether it's moving averages, whether it's you know speed lines and trend lines, whatever it is, no form of analysis is going to give you a clear cut answer of buy now, get out now, right? You have to manage your risk in the best way you see fit, and then you have to be happy with whatever the outcome is. If you take a preemptive approach, right? So I really can't stress that enough because I really want all you guys to do well, and I want you guys to be profitable and make money off of this. But there's no clear cut formula. You know what I mean? So um, Sunny in or Love Never Fails. Did you guys want me to do like a wave count of what's playing out over here? Like zoomed in on this, like on the micro level, it's actually pretty tricky. And I really don't want to confuse you guys too much with all the different degrees of the waves, but there's a couple of different scenarios. This could be a one, two, three, four, five, or this whole thing could just be in um, a five-wave move over here, fourth wave pullback, and a five-wave move going up. It's pretty tricky, but I think what we'll do is we'll look at this move from here, this fourth wave to this fifth wave possible, and see if we can count five waves from there. I think that would give us a good idea if we are headed to 314. And right now we're actually testing that ascending level of support right now. So let's see if that holds. For that, let's come back to this picture right here, to this chart, and we are basically looking at the move from this point right here. So we're looking at the move from over here, really. So it's very likely that one, two, three, four, five. This could be playing out as an ending diagonal. On my bullish scenario, when it gets to 340, what's after that? So after that is the large degree fourth wave that I was talking about. Again, guys. So all right, let me zoom out a little bit more. Is Tesla tanking? 294.90. Oh, we'll get to that scenario in a second. Let's see what's happening on the micro. Let's just watch this for like a little bit, so we can keep an eye on the current price action. It's definitely a pullback. Um, I still don't think it's nothing major just yet, but we'll see. Right, RSI is going lower. It's fine. I mean, it's basically headed to an oversold territory, so a bounce back could happen. I don't think you're gonna get a huge sell off right before earnings. I just don't think you're gonna get it. I could be wrong, but the idea that right before earnings, where at least 50% of people I would say are bullish, it would be pretty strange to see um, this thing just right before earnings. So it is some people probably taking profit, like and securing profits before earnings, but I couldn't see this thing just tank completely right before earnings. RSI has been oversold since early this year. Oversold? Are you talking about what chart? What time frame are you talking on? I was just talking about on the 5 minute, Donnie. Um, on the 5 minute chart, we're heading towards like oversold down here on the RSI. So I think we'll see buyers come in. Hope nothing has been leaked about the reports to market makers. I mean that's a valid point, I guess, Sonny. Like if something got leaked, and that's why like big money is selling now. I mean, look, let's see. We're down about $3 from the high today, about $4. We hit 299. So all right, let's take a look at it then in terms of the wave count. Maybe that'll help us out. All right, so zoom in on a 30 minute. One, two. And so I'm thinking this is our first wave and this last wave. Here's our second. One, two, one, two, three, four, five, four, five. I think maybe we topped out on this third wave move, and then we are getting a pullback on a fourth wave move over here, and I think we might end up getting a pullback honestly for the rest of the day, and then I think that would correlate to one last push higher on that could happen with the earnings report, right, for a fifth wave move. Let me see. I'm gonna have to look at it a little closer and see what happens with this sell off. If it pulls back in like a three wave move right here that we're seeing right here, if this ends up pulling back like this, and then we see a bounce, um, I think I would take it as a fourth wave correction of this move, right? And this move is essentially this right here. So one, two, three, four, five. Um, I'm gonna delete some of these lines to clear up the drawing because it's a little distracting. We're above some of these levels. I don't think I have to worry about them just yet. We'll put them back if we need them. Triple Q is on the same trajectory. We'll take a look at triple Q as well. Leave that level up there. Let's go zoom out a little bit more. Let's go to an hourly. Okay. Yeah, I think it's possible that we're getting something like this right now. So there's our first wave, second wave, third, fourth, and get a fifth wave push up to that 310 to $314 level. So let's see how far this pullback takes us. Let's take a look at the triple Q and SPY really quick. So a little pullback on SPY as well. But you guys can see from the drawing that I haven't even touched today. That's kind of expected, right? Because we're finishing up this fifth wave move, which is the same as this third wave move, large degree third. So you get this fourth wave pullback. So I mean, the fourth wave pullback is going to be too big. It should be more of a sideways correction than anything. So kind of lines up, and then another push higher. See if that's what plays out on that. And triple Q selling off majorly. It's about a $3 drop on the triple Q. Let's keep an eye on Tesla right now, and let's just see where it is in terms of its moving averages. So mm, so we broke this level of support. I mean, this is a 1 hour chart. Let's go down to a 5 minute. We broke below it and we're closing below it, so let's just get rid of this for now. We don't. We're off of that trend now. Uh, the next level of support, I would say, is the real level of support is going to be this channel top that we broke out of. We bounced off of it. We pushed higher. We will come back and use that. So that could take us down to around 292. Another thing, guys, to keep in mind is that we still have this descending level of resistance, right? Let's take a look at that. In terms of our, so we have it, but we're starting to break out of it, which is a good sign. You guys can see right here. This was our original descending level of resistance, um, and we're starting to break out of it. So it's not as strong. It's still technically, some divergence right here, but it's we're starting to break out of it. So it's not as strong of a divergence, and I can easily see this come up here and push higher, right on the RSI, effectively eliminating that divergence. Oh, Yelton. What's up, Yelton? Sorry for the drop. Just sold a few shares. Come on, Yelton. You're supposed to hodl. You're supposed to hodl. All right, yeah. So this channel top now that we broke out of, that should be our support around 292 to 293, and then see if we get a nice bounce off of that. Yeah, really close to 300 though, right? What do we hit? We hit 299.35. So another thing to keep in mind is besides the divergence that's playing out, right? One way that you can tell whether or not something is starting to lose steam, right, on the play is by just taking a look at the slope of the moves up, right? So, all right, this was our slope over here. Let me color to slope white pink. Okay. So there was our slope up on this move. Now look at our slope up on this move right here. Now, if we start to pull back, and we're gonna get one more slope up, one more move up, I wouldn't be surprised to see if that slope is basically a little bit more shallow, right? Something like this. And as you see the slope is becoming shallower and shallower on the moves up, that's also a good indication that um, it's getting ready to pull back. The shorts are screaming now, aren't they? I mean, they're pushing the price back down pretty significantly. $5 drop so far. Basically eliminated everything that we just did up until today. It's 12:40. Let's take a look at the EMAs on the hourly. We're testing our come close to our 21 EMA on our hourly as well. So let's see if we find support here. Minute. To be expected is going back to open, then sideways rest of the day, unless the early leak or close our Q2 figures leak. I don't know. I mean, that's all you guys seem to think. That's the reason for the sell-off. I mean, I'm not seeing anything about that, but maybe somebody got some insider information. From a technical standpoint, um, like I said, we had support around this area, around this ascending level of support. So as of right now, it looks like it's starting to bounce, or it's starting to respect this level a little bit. This is a 30-minute candle, so 15 minutes left. Let's take a look at a 15-minute candle and see how it closes. We got 40 seconds left on the close of this candle. But if we see like a nice bullish hammer candle over here, this could honestly just be a buying opportunity. Low risk, high reward buying opportunity. Possible. I'm not saying that you guys should. I'm just saying. Margin assigned to take profits or normal daily pullback. Um, it's kind of early to tell. In my opinion, it's just a pullback. It's a healthy pullback. But it's also like if you're gonna take profits, why not take it on the way up? Why take it on like I always advise like selling on the way up as opposed to selling on the way down. But I don't know. Let's see how it reacts over here. I wouldn't be surprised if we do a move like this, right? So this was our move down. We bounce back up like about halfway, 50% of this move, and then we come back down to close. But let's see. Let's see if we can get back up to this level. It's a fourth wave correction, so it might even end up playing out more like a flat. Made no sense to push 295 plus beyond and drop its pants. That could be a sell-off if I can confuse by Tesla, maybe a few others have to look. Yeah, I mean, in general, I think the market rallied so much that it's got to pull back and consolidate at some point, right? But look, so this on the left right here, this is Tesla, right? On an hourly chart. We've been doing this, guys, on the way up. Look, this is the blue line over here is our 21 EMA on the hourly chart, and you guys can see we're rallying up, coming back down, pushing, rallying. So rallying, coming back, rallying, coming back, rallying, coming back. We've been respecting this 21 EMA, right? So, uh, key thing in technical analysis, the trend is your friend. So, the trend is not broken right now. This pullback is no different than this pullback here. It's no different than this pullback here. It's no different than this pullback here. No different than this pullback. And everything that's followed after that has been a pretty nice rally, right? So after this pullback, a nice rally, pullback, nice rally, pullback, nice rally. So I wouldn't get concerned just yet until we start to break this level, right? So for us, that's around 293. So let's see if we break this. If we can hold above this level, I don't see any reason why we can't just have another rally up towards end of day. And if at that point you guys don't feel comfortable still holding throughout the earnings, then maybe on the way back up, take profit. It's doing what you suggested, buy, sell on the way up. I mean, yeah, it's a little premature right now, I think, to know exactly how it's going to play out. But this was a nice bullish reversal, right? We wicked out at the bottom around the area of support. Um, this is a 15-minute chart over here. Let's see how this price action plays out. Possible that we end up doing a move like this, but who really knows? Who really knows? Triple Q, the market probably is just consolidating, correcting. I'm gonna leave this up for you guys. I gotta go take a quick break. All right. So let you guys take a look at the price action over here. See if we get ourselves back up to this 298 area. It's a $4 drop, but we showed some resistance right here. So we showed some resiliency rather. We have support and we got a strong bounce above it. We have 8 minutes in this candle to close around our EMAs. I think would be a nice sign of a pushback up. So let me leave that with you guys for now, and take a quick break. Should be back in like another 10-15 minutes. All right, so hang tight, guys. Yo, I'm back, guys. What's up? I'm not taking a number two, Yelton. Sorry, I just had a couple of phone calls I had to make. All right, let's see what's going on. Looks like we're just consolidating at this point. Corrected a little bit and forming a little bit of a base. We're still above this level of uh, of support, right? So that's good. We had a good reaction right around here. We got close to that level and we bounced. Right now, the 5 EMA and is acting as a resistance for us on the 15 minute. Let's take a look at the 5 minute. All right, so on the 5 minute, uh, we're we're trying to get back above our EMAs. RSI is starting to climb higher, trying to get above the 50. The volume is low, Sunny, and you're right. The volume is low, but again, that's kind of like you know expected a low volume while we're correcting. Something like this might still be playing out though, guys. So I want you guys to be aware. We might really just be getting an ABC correction over here. So even if we rally a little bit, it's still possible that we pull back towards the end of the day. So I want you guys to be aware of that. If I see something different, I'll let you guys know. But for right now, let's see if we do this a B wave recovery. On SPY, it looked like a head and shoulder forming. That's not good. Let's see. What time frame are you looking at, Yelton? 5 minute. Uh, I wouldn't say necessarily a head and shoulders, more like I mean, it definitely like it was a double top right here, right? A double top, and but we're holding above what would be the neckline, in my opinion. Like this would so it's kind of like a neckline somewhere around there, uh, like clearly like a double top. We're holding above it. We're bouncing above that neckline. So somebody said, what was it? Fuad was. I just saw Fuad's comment. He said Nasdaq was falling off. Let's see. We take a look at the triple Q. So this looks like we are finishing up this fifth wave move over here. And in the fifth wave, we got a one, two, three. So we might end up getting like a little bit of a correction here for a fourth wave move, and then the fifth. So here's our one, two, three, four, five, probably something like that. The question is like if we do get these pullbacks on the Nasdaq, on the S&P, on the market overall, how does that affect Tesla going into earnings, right? It's essentially 2 o'clock right now, so we got 2 more hours. to really see which way this thing is going. It's changed a bit since a few minutes. Microsoft and other AI companies had similar trends. Tech seems more longer bullish this quarter, but peeps like Woods just bought Twilio. I don't know what Woods is doing. Somebody made the point the other day that Woods, like all these people, they really have no idea what they're doing. If you take a look at their portfolio, like since they started, they're actually losing investors' money. So I wouldn't put too much stake in what they're doing, to be honest with you. Is Tesla looking weak? I wouldn't say that it's looking weak. Again, when these pullbacks happen, guys, like just think back for like the past week or two, right? Basically, what we've been seeing. If Tesla was weak, how did we get here, right? So when you guys ask that, it's like I don't know how to respond to you guys because I don't know like what time frame you guys are speaking about. Like in the immediate short term, does it look weak? Yeah, it looks weak because we broke a couple of trends. We're below our 5 and our 9 EMA. um, but in the bigger picture, right? Like over here, this is a 4 hour chart. We're above our 21 EMA. On 1 hour, we're above our 50 EMA. So these are just pullbacks that happen. So for the next 2 hours, it could pull back, right? Like I'll give you guys a perfect scenario of something that's perfectly feasible. Is that for the next 2 hours that the market is open, we could pull back to our 50 EMA on the hourly, right? The next 2 hours, we pull back down to 289, 290, and then we just bounce from there. Earnings, the earnings comes out great, the outlook looks great, and Tesla just jumps again, right? So basically, that's what we've been doing. This is an hourly chart. You guys can see over here, we bounce around the 50 or the 21 EMA, 21 EMA bounce, bounce, bounce. Over here, we broke below it, didn't close below it, bounced, right? So we're right around that 21 EMA again. And even if we break below that, we have our 50 EMA as support. We could bounce off of that. So if by close we're at 289, 290, you know, we might just go into after hours and then the earnings will come out great, positive, and from there we'll just bounce again. By tomorrow open, you wouldn't have even noticed that we dropped like $3-4 for the day, right? It'll open up at like 315 or something. So again, not saying that that will happen, but I'm just saying that in terms of the overall trend is still bullish, it's still strong, even with these pullbacks. So yeah, I know, Everfields. I know you're speaking about for right now, but um, in terms of weakness, yeah, I think for right now, it looks like it could drop like a few dollars more down to 290, 289. So we'll see. That's the short term. The short term trend is weak, but the overall trend that we've been on is still intact and is still pretty strong in my opinion. Even with this pullback, is still possibly just a buying opportunity. So 293.94 is close to open numbers, so the 295 is the wall to break through again. But will 295 be tougher to break? Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point, Yelton. Right, so you can see we're up 36 cents for the day, right? So this is right around where we opened at. Um, I don't think 295 will be any tougher necessarily to break than it was the first time that we did it. It will be a little bit of a resistance, but I think in the next 2 hours, if we just get back above our EMAs and volume comes in a little bit, we'll push back up to 295, 296. I do see this pullback right now happening. This ABC. If it were to happen as a just a fourth wave correction, I would actually personally I would feel a little bit more comfortable if this pullback did happen and we got to that 289, 290 level. Honestly, at that point, I might even just buy a couple of high like low risk, high reward YOLOs for earnings. Like see if I could find anything cheap because I know that we have support right there, and because I do see us hitting that 314, right? And when I say 314, it doesn't have to be exactly 314, guys. I mean like just that general level around like that 310 to 315 area. Um, so I do think we're gonna break 300, and if ever there was gonna be a catalyst for us to get there, it would be earnings, in my opinion. But the technicals are showing me that we could definitely get to that level. So if the pullback happens now, that would actually be fine by me. If by close to close we get this pullback and we're still in this uptrend, right? As long as we're still in the uptrend and we get this pullback, I feel good. I feel comfortable. See the white line that you have. This one, yep. The thick long line earlier, it went close to it but fell back. Yeah, this line that I have here, Yelton, is the top of the overall channel that we've been in, right? So remember when I was saying on the live 2 days ago that we were kind of like trading in this like narrowing wedge. So that white line is the top of the wedge. That's basically the line that you're talking about that we bounced off of. So uh, the good news is that we broke out of that pattern, right? Which makes me slightly bullish for earnings, thinking that we will, as long as we hold above that line, which so far we have, I think we'll bounce off of that now and push higher. Yeah, this was the narrowing wedge pattern right here. So we broke out of that and we pulled back to it, and now we're kind of like testing it for support. And so far, it's holding. And I think going into a close, as long as we hold above that, I think I'm still pretty bullish on the earnings play. So of course, as I say that, we're coming back to test it again. Let's see. Let's see if it holds. Could you bring up some of your overlay lines? Which lines are you referring to? Not sure, but the 45 double lines. 45-degree double lines? 5-degree double lines. Not sure. I mean, the only double lines that I really have are are these, which are really just horizontal support and resistance lines. Uh, Not sure which lines you're talking about, Yoka. This right here, this I could actually just get rid of. I just drew this to kind of show you guys what I think is playing out. This yellow line right here is basically the five-wave pattern that may be playing out, right? So we get a fourth wave pullback and then another push up. Lines went from SS to U. Southwest to northeast. I mean, the only ones that I got going from there are these lines. Are you talking about this line right here? Similar lines shown in RSI box. I don't know, Yelton. Sorry, maybe I'm just not all there today. Oh, you are talking about that line. Okay, so w- hmm, are you asking me what this bottom line is? So the bottom line is basically just the overall ascending level of support that we've had on this entire move up. So you can see we have multiple touch points, right? So this is our overall move, right? This is all the way back down to 150, and this is the support that we've kind of had. This ascending level of support. We've had multiple touch points over here, and it's acted as a really good support. So between this ascending level of support and this ascending level of resistance, you can see the resistance over here, which has been pretty solid. That's how we were forming this narrowing wedge pattern right here. But again, we just broke out of that within the last like 2, 3 days of price action. So we'll see if now we broke out of it, we can hold above it and then push higher. Clone the green long line and move it up the peaks. Oh, okay. So you want me to see how that looks. So you want me to clone this and oh, I know what you want me to do. You basically just want me to make a parallel channel, right, on some of these peaks to see the channel that we're in right now. I got you. Um, all right, so let me draw it out like this. Actually, let me draw it on this chart because it'll probably look better on this chart. Um, on this chart right here. Bear with me for 1 second. Please. All right, so this is the same chart, just I'm using a graph chart. I think it looks a little cleaner. And let me hide my EMAs over here. And so now let's draw a parallel channel with some of those peaks. Here to here. So this is our highest peak so far that we made. Um, so that's kind of like the channel that we're trading in right now. So we could push to this level right here. And that's actually, a good point that you brought that up, Yelton, because that's actually something that we do in that we use in Elliott wave uh, principle to try to come up with a fifth wave target. There's a couple of things, right? So assuming that focus on this. third wave, this fourth wave, all the ones in yellow, right? So this is our first wave, second wave, third wave, fourth wave, and we're going for this fifth wave target, right? Which would basically complete our third wave target in the orange count. But if you just focus on that, there's a couple of ways that we could get a price target, and one is through channeling, and one is through the fib extension. So if we start off with the fib extension and we go for the third wave, right? Waves 1 and 3 brought down to the fourth. You can see the 61.8%. Where does that take us? That takes us to that 342 level. So that confirms a macro count move. I don't want to confuse you guys too much because then it becomes like a lot of numbers and stuff. But basically, a target for this fifth wave move is 340, right? That's one target. Another target is uh, through a channeling technique, kind of like what you just said. But let me just hide this one for a second. And now I'll draw the channel for that specific wave count. So we're going to go from waves 1, from this peak to the wave 3 peak, and apply. Oh, wait, wrong tool. So we're going to go from this wave 1 peak to this wave 3 peak, right? Using the yellow count, and we're going to apply it to the bottom of this fourth. And this is more specifically the channel that we are in terms of this specific wave count right here. So usually this line is a very good indicator of where we can get to. So you can see we got pretty close. The middle line of this channel, we got pretty close. We got to around 297, 298. This line could take us to 300. So that's another technique that we use in the wave principle. I'll bring the other one back up though. Start your wave at the point of Tesla's first downside drop. EMA and this Fibonacci percent, not sure if I spelled it right. Let's focus in over here and see how this is playing out. Toss some of the drawings. All right, so we're kind of like back to that channel top, and we're breaking below it a little bit. We have support at 292. These are some of our horizontal supports right here. Percent of the Fibonacci between points. What do you mean by that? Like, are you asking like what are the Fibonacci targets between certain waves? You're watching a lesson on this, and targets were mentioned using this. Yeah, so there are specific targets using Fibonacci within the Elliott wave. I mean, I could give you guys a brief summary of it. Um, there's a couple different scenarios, but like let's say this is your five wave scenario, right? Right, so you have your wave one up, your wave two down, your wave three up, your wave four down, your wave five up. Usually, what you're looking at, actually, let me draw that with this wave tool. One wave up, one wave down, third wave up, fourth wave down, fifth wave up. Uh, no, no problem, Yelton. It's a good question. It's a good question. It's just it gets very like detailed, so I can only give you like a brief amount um, while we're watching the price action stuff. But it's a great question. I'm not mad. No need to apologize for that. So basically, you have your fib retracements, and then you have your fib extensions as well, right? So there are certain targets for how much a second wave will retrace, there, and a fourth wave will retrace, and then there's targets for how much a third wave will extend and a fifth wave will extend, right? So just give me 1 second. I have to take a quick phone call, but I'm gonna come back to this, all right? Sorry about that. That was all right. So yeah, so let's basically go over this. So you have your first wave move up, right? Then what you want to do is you want to calculate where we think that a second wave could come back. And the primary target for that, right, using the fib extension tool is going to be, I have way too many levels on, but that's because I was using it for something else. But really, you only need about 3 levels. So let me actually hide some of these. Maybe it's right here. So really, you only need these levels right here when you're doing a retracement. Usually, the second wave will retrace to somewhere in between this area. It could retrace a little bit more, but ideally, it'll retrace in this what we call the golden pocket, which is the 50% to 61.8% retracement level, right? Then once you get that second wave retracement, then you want to calculate how high can the third wave go. Again, the numbers that I'm giving you guys are like very like rough guides. I mean, they're the most standard numbers, but there's a there's a lot more that goes into it, and it's not just as simple as the way that I'm showing you guys. So then you want to use your extension tool to see how high the third wave can go. Ideally, the third wave should go to at least this level right here, the 161.8% extension. That's your third wave. Then again, you want to see how much the fourth wave is going to retrace. Ideally, like the ideal number would be a 38% retracement. And sorry, that should be of wave three only. So this is your third wave move. So 38% retracement would bring you down to this level, right? And then finally, what you want to see is how high can the fifth wave extend, which is there's a couple of different targets. One of them is either it's a one-to-one with wave one, right? So that could take you to something like this, or it could be a more common one is the 61 the 61.8% extension of waves 1 and 3 combined. So that could take you higher like this, right? So that's your ideal 5 wave move, right? But it's it gets a lot more complicated than that. But that's like your starting point right there. Where do you know to start the next point? Before you start a second wave point, where do you know to start the next point? Like how far it's going to retrace? It's based off of those Fibonacci levels. It's based off of what the subwaves are doing. Um, based off of like reversal patterns, RSI, and like using other indicators to help you. I use the Elliott wave oscillator. There's a lot of things that go into it to try to like pinpoint like reversals. But it's tough to go into all of it right now. Like you really need to spend a lot of time on getting it down. Like you know, in my opinion. But the basics you could definitely pick up within I would say like a solid week. But after that, like to really get the nuance of it, it takes time. And once you even understand the theory, it takes a lot of time to like put it into practice. In my opinion, uh, to to use it as a forecasting method for future price action. Sometimes it's easier to pick it up and go back and look at previous price action and say like, okay, this is first wave, second wave, third wave. But as the price is playing out, that's where it gets tricky and difficult. Is it going to go back up today or tomorrow? It's a good question, Riri. By the way, welcome to the channel. Uh, I would. It's hard to say. It's 2:19. We still have a couple of hours left, or we have an hour and 40 minutes left in the day. Um, right now, I'm not seeing any reversal pattern or any sign of strength for it to go up. Honestly, so I think if you can continue to push lower for the next hour and a half, honestly, um, and then we'll see what happens during the after hours. But again, it doesn't erase the overall trend, right? The overall trend is still bullish, guys, in my opinion. So we'll see what happens. This is a 1 hour chart, and you guys can see we are. Let me erase this for now. So we're right around at 21 EMA, and below that we still have our 50 EMA on the hourly chart, and it's really just a series of higher highs and higher lows. So the trend is still continuing, right? This is essentially what we're doing here, making higher highs and higher lows. So what this is doing right now is it's nothing new. It's just continuing the trend. Where we should be concerned is once this trend breaks, right? Not even if we go lower over here, because we're still in a higher high, higher low. We should be concerned once we get to a low, we pull back up, and we make a lower high and then a lower low. That's where you should be concerned because that's where the trend has now changed. As of right now, on a minor time frame, like you can see that we are making a lower low and a lower high on a minor time frame, but on the larger time frame, we're still in a bullish uptrend. So uh, again, for the rest of the day, we may just end up pulling back a little bit more towards this 50 EMA, but we have pretty strong support, and we're holding the 290 level pretty well, in my opinion. How would I utilize EMAs in wave theory? Not I wouldn't utilize it specifically within the wave theory, but I use it in conjunction with the wave theory, right? So like I use the 21 EMA on a daily time frame to let me know what's the trend, and uh, so like just going back to our larger picture over here of Tesla and we can go to the daily so you guys can see. I have my larger wave to 3 pattern. The blue line that I have drawn over here, that's my 21 EMA. I'll hide this one for now. So I use it in conjunction with just knowing how the wave pattern is playing out. Or once I think, like, for example, like if I get a count in the wave that's kind of like indecisive, where I'm not really sure if the wave count is finished, is complete, or it's gonna bounce back. Like uh, in any area where the wave count isn't clear, then I can use the EMA to be like, okay, are we still in an uptrend? If we are, then I don't have to worry so much. We'll bounce and we have support. Like things like that. Doesn't necessarily help the wave count particularly, but it helps your play overall if you use it in conjunction with it. Fake downside emerging. Let's see. Let's take a look at the rest of the market. Honestly, I've been paying attention. So, I mean, it looks like we are definitely getting this three-wave pullback at the very least on the overall market as well, right? So you're looking at a three-wave move, one, two, three. What will be important to see is whether this is a three-wave move or a five-wave move. And by that, what I mean is like if after this three-wave move we bounce up and we take out this peak right here, then we should be back on our road going higher. Um, if what we do is we make another lower high and a lower low like this, then that's a five-wave move. And then even if we come back and take this move, take over, we should just be expecting a three-wave move up and then another five-wave move down, right? Something like that. So it's going to be pretty important to see how this uh, how this plays out. Ideally, we should come back and take out this peak after this push down for us to for the corrective move to be a three-wave move, so we can still be bullish and rally higher. Right, like an example of that would be over here. Right, so we had this move up, and then we only had a three-wave move down before we came back and took out this peak, and then we had this rally higher. Same thing over here. We had this rally. We had a three-wave move before we came back and took out this peak over here. We rallied higher. You see today's movement as a drag along till earnings with Tesla. Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like that. Kind of feels like that. I mean, we made a concerted effort to push early this morning. We got pretty much to 300, and then it's probably just a little bit of exhaustion, right? Trend exhaustion right there. A little bit of profit taking, right? A little bit of uncertainty going into the earnings, and people just taking profits. But I'm sure there's also like just a lot of people who are just waiting on the sidelines. They're waiting on the sidelines to see what happens with Tesla. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of buyers if we break 313. If we break that resistance that we have at that 313, 310 level, I feel like that's when you're going to see a lot of people come in, a lot more new money who's not already in the play come in, right? So because that's really the safest play to get in now at this point, right? Because because then after that, then the next major resistance isn't really till like maybe 360 or 380. So to get in right now, and then you risk getting rejected at 313 and pulling back. It's not a smart play. But now if you could get past the 313 level and then bounce off of it as support, you get in there, you have your stop loss set at 313, and you can ride the next wave up to like 360, 340, whatever the next level is. With all this 292 plus now, nice pullback before earnings report. Yeah, Danny, I agree. I'm not too mad at the pullback. Honestly, I would rather see it now. Kind of gives me more confidence as long as we stay within the uptrend that the earnings report will be decently positive and we can see a nice push during earnings. With all the margin calls in the billions, how will it affect overall stock or market? Um, not too sure. I mean, the margin calls, like you mean with like shorts covering, like in the shorts on Tesla specifically? Like, are they going to be margin called if like Tesla has really nice earnings? Like, can that cause a squeeze and people getting margin called? I'm sure. Actually, it just there was just a report over here about I think Tesla and Rivian being the most shorted of the EV stocks. I just saw it over here. Oh, right here. This came out an hour ago. Tesla, Rivian are the most shorted stocks in autos, but the trade is far from profitable. Whatever that means. I mean, we've all been making profit off of Tesla, right? Shorting EVs has been an abysmal trade this year. Sorry. He's talking about the shorts. The shorts are not profitable, like trying to short Tesla. Shares of electric vehicle makers such as Tesla Inc. and Rivian Automotive attract more than three-quarters of the short sales in the auto sector. Financial, yeah, so they've been shorting it, and the shorts have been losing a lot of money because this thing has been running since January. $33.3 billion are in EV stocks, the firm said. Shorting the broad sector and the EV sector have been extremely unprofitable trades this year. Yeah, so I'm sure all of those shorts are going to have to cover if slowly, right? It becomes kind of like an avalanche. As soon as one of them cover, then the next one has to cover because it becomes like it just spirals. Shorts cover, price goes up, people FOMO, price goes up, uh, price climbs higher, and people want to get in, and more shorts have to cover, right? It spirals out of control. So it's very likely that the earnings, right, if they come back really positive, can really propel this thing to huge levels, right? And that's not really going on a technical basis at all. That's just kind of like common sense. Like if there's that many shorts, um, and they start covering, it's just gonna push this thing so much higher. Carvana should be in this list. Oh no, that was talking specifically about the auto sector, I think, like the EV sector. It's got to affect the market. Um, I think it affects the market in the sense that it just makes the market overall like it just makes the market climb, right? Like so, if shorts have to cover and they're covering on Teslas and Nvidias and those stocks just keep running higher and higher, that overall brings the S&P and the triple Q and the market overall just higher. I feel like this correcting move is starting to get exhausted, so we may see a bounce soon. Right? You take a look at the slopes of the downwards moves. Right? Here's one, and then again, here's your next move. So the trend is the downwards trend is starting to get exhausted, right? And then you start forming like this horizontal base from which you can break out of. Slopes are really important in when you guys are looking at price action. In my opinion, it will let you know the strength of a move, right? So when you start seeing like, especially when you're analyzing price action in waves, right? You start to see waves that develop like this, right? When you start seeing something like this, just know that you're starting to get to like exhausted levels of the trend. You're still going higher, but don't focus specifically on the numbers, on the price action, how high it's going. Focus on how it's getting there. Right? If it's getting there like this, really what it's signaling to you is that there's an exhaustion in the trend. The slope is changing, and that works both ways, right? So just just be cognizant of that, right? That's basically what your wedge shapes really tell you. That trend is getting exhausted, and then you're gonna get a pullback. So let's see on the other side if we can get some sort of like exhaustion over here on this downwards trend. See an overall sideways angle over time, so this tells me it's holding. Yeah, yeah. I think that's a good understanding that it is starting to move more sideways now. So the downwards pressure isn't as strong now, right? This 290 level seems to be holding up so far. We don't want to jinx it, but seems to be holding up. Seems to be like that we have buyers here. Here's another I think decent bullish article. Nissan reaches agreement with Tesla to implement North American charging standards from 2025 in Canada, US. Like the good news, just in my opinion, has been coming out for the past few weeks now. The bullish news. So let's see. I think everybody like nobody really knows what's going to happen with the earnings. So I'm just as excited as you guys to see how it plays out, and more so than what the earnings are. Like I feel like the earnings are going to be good. I feel like we're going to get a beat on earnings, like, and I think we're going to get a decent overall outlook. But you just still never know how the market is going to react to it. Right? What matters for us as traders is not so much as investors. Yeah, like it's a completely different thing, right? The fundamentals. But what matters to traders, in my opinion, is not necessarily how good the fundamentals are, but how the market reacts to those fundamentals in the present time, right? Because we're in trades, we're in short-term trades that, uh, in order to be profitable, you need the market to react bullishly to them in the present, not down the line. Like, okay, this is great news for Tesla, and 5 to 6 years is going to be worth X, Y, Z. Right? That's for the long-term investors. And there's definitely a place for that. But for traders, Tesla could have great fundamentals, but in the short term, the market could still react, bearishly. So you never know. It's always a risk going into earnings. Nissan posted this in perfect time. Uh, I heard about this actually like yesterday or last night. Um, but it says it over here. It just came up again. I saw it on my TD Ameritrade, I think, uh, yesterday, but right now it just pulled up on TradingView 19 minutes ago. Testing this support now. Like we may break below this support as well. Zoom out a little bit. Take a slightly bigger picture look on how this is playing out. This count right here is it's a little tricky. I don't know if it's necessarily playing out this way, but there's a few different ways I feel like I can count this move from here up. But for now, we'll stick with the idea that this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 playing out like this to take us to this 310, 315 level. So maybe we get this pullback down to even like 285 or something, and then we rally higher from earnings. $91.20 right now. Do we finish in red today and in the green after hours? It's hard to say, Yeltsin. I really, really don't know. Um, I really, really don't know. No real predictions right now. Honestly, I just think that if we hold above our overall trend and we see some decent support there, we bounce, right? So like on our hourly or our 4 hourly, right? We're still in this uptrend. So as long as we hold above this, I think we can bounce from here and still push higher. And I kind of like again, I see this downtrend like it's picking up steam a little bit more right now, but I don't think it's gonna break the overall trend. So if I had to guess, I would say that we'll bounce somewhere above our support over here on our EMAs, and then push higher for one more decent rally up to the 310, 315 area, like from earnings going into like the end of this week. But it's very likely that we will finish red um, for the overall day, and then we'll just have to see how earnings plays out. 293.40. I could see that. I could see us like bounce like in the next half hour and then start to move back up. So John, that's the 291.56. Right. So the game is that you have to pick a level. You have to pick a price, and whoever's closest without going over is the winner. So I guess put your bids in right now. I'll go with two. What's this level right here? 291.46. 292. I'll go with 292.15. Prediction on count estimate number margin. Uh, I, I'll let you guys figure that one out. I don't really got a prediction on the margins and the estimates. We could see the actual what are the estimates. So here are the actual estimates. So earnings is a point 0.8, and then revenue 24, 2022 1. Do you guys know if they're going to be where can I tap into the earnings report live? So if I wanted to play that, see see if I can find that. I think I found a link that I could use to listen into the earnings call. Oh wait, how did I do that? I can put you guys' comments on the screen. I didn't even know that. I don't know how I did it. I mean, yeah, we're really pulling back right now. Breaking. Looks like we're gonna break 290. So let's take a look at it over here on our 1 hour. So on our 1 hour, we're testing our 50 EMA. Are we pulling back on SPY as well? So look, SPY got that bounce that I was talking about. SPY got a nice bounce, and we took out the high over here. So this is really just as of now a three-wave move down. So that's a good sign. So let's see if we get a push back up now. Triple Q. I think Triple Q is still falling off a little bit. It's falling off a little bit, but you can see right here, it looks like we are starting to get a decent bounce. Got 10 minutes left in that candle. Could be a nice reversal candle. But back to Tesla. See where we find support. We're testing our 50 EMA on the hourly, and I believe our on the 4 hour, we're testing our 21. We're still above our 21 on the 4 hour. So if we don't bounce around here, then probably around the 286 level. You guys can see the RSI is really starting to go to like oversold territories. Take a look at it on the 15-minute. Another possible support is we could draw a channel right here. So we've already broken back into the channel. Over some of these levels because now they failed to act as support. Yeah, we're breaking some supports. We are breaking some supports. Yeah, I don't think I was expecting 289 either, honestly, but still, again, above the trend, so I'm not too worried. Coming into power hour, let's see. maybe we'll get a bounce. I'm really looking at this as our primary support, the 21 EMA on the 4-hour chart. You guys can see it's been like pretty good support for us. What's up, Alex? Power hour. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see if we could get a nice strong rally in the power hour. I think if we could get back above 292, 293, and close there, that'd be pretty bullish going into the earnings call. Not much, man. I'm chilling. I'm glad you're here with us. You've been with the Tesla play since before I was even doing the lives when I was just doing the regular videos. So how are you doing? You still holding on those plays? I remember you took the risk off and then you were just letting it ride. So it's probably been a pretty good ride for you so far. Getting some expected profit. Nice, nice. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. And honestly, I think that's the best way to play it, man. You just like take all the stress off of the play, right? When you just get in on the play early, and uh, you can take the risk off of the play, and then you can just like comfortably just like let it sit, let it ride, and then just make money off of it. It's awesome. Oh yeah, it's definitely been a wild ride, right? Like ever since we first called it out, like back over here, which was back in May. So it's been a nice move, and it's not necessarily over yet, but it's definitely getting there. It's starting to wind up, in my opinion. I I could still see it going to like higher levels, like 340 and stuff, but it's just riskier now, right? So it's like take profits on the way up and just keep making money on it. And once it's done, kind of like going to the next play, find the next play. God sent you a message. Was that God Elon Musk? Again, if you're holding shares and you got in early holding shares on Tesla, like honestly, like bless you, God bless you, because I do see Tesla as a long-term investment, just being like unstoppable. It's going to be a wild uh, run up. Like I think it goes back to 400 by the end of the year, and possibly higher. I personally don't hold shares. I'm not like a long-term investor. I'm a trader. That's kind of like I enjoy trading options and doing long swing trades. But as an investment, I don't think any of you guys really have to be worried if you guys got Tesla like as shares. And I mean, the thing is like if you're buying up here, then yeah, then it's pretty risky. But if you guys bought anywhere from that $100 bounce that we had back in January, and you're just accumulating shares since that point on, then I think you're sitting good. the guy driving around in the 70s in an AV car in California. True story. Holds shares and also trade different accounts. Yeah, honestly, I want to get to that point. Love never fails. Like where I have like my one account with this, which is just like long term investments. But right now, I just see so much opportunity trading that I kind of just want to take full advantage of trading and making my money that way as opposed to just letting things sit over time. Long term, it's definitely better. So eventually, I want to get to the point where I have my long term investment account and then my short term trades. That's the best way to do it. Take steel nerves to option trades. Yeah, honestly, guys, options is not for the faint-hearted, and you really have to know what you're doing. You have to understand the Greeks. You have to understand how time decay and Ivy crush and all that stuff really messes with the options. So it's not just all like zero DTEs and millions of dollars. Like you guys see probably on like Wall Street bets, and you lose a lot of money if you're not taking proper risk management protocols. What times are the earnings released? I think it is like around 4:30. Let me double check. Yeah, it's oh no, wait, it's actually 5:30 Eastern time. Oh man, if it's 5:30 Eastern time, I'm probably not gonna be able to do it. Darn. All right, I'll see if I can come back at 5:30. I thought it was at 4:30. I was gonna just stay on till like stay on straight till earnings calls, but if it's 5:30, I may not be able to do it, guys. This right here looks like a pretty decent bounce. Let's see how this candle closes. This is the 15-minute chart. Let's see the 5-minute chart. 5-minute chart looks decent. Like we're about to finally get back above our 5 and our 9 EMAs and cross over. RSI is coming back into an upwards move, but that's a pretty nice candle right here. Signal a reversal. That could be a bottom picking territory. Earnings call for 2:30 p.m. Earnings release drops at the close. Maybe you can be online when the numbers first drop, usually 30 minutes after close. Yeah, I can stay on for like to like 4:30 probably. Let's see. Tesla seems to be doing $10 intraday swings lately. Yeah, it's getting really volatile now as we're getting to these levels. Falling wedge on the 1 minute from today's highs reacting well. It's a good call. Yeah, I definitely see it. You see, if we break this descending level right here, could be a nice little entry. This bears bull thing. Any human hates to see others lose their. Good luck to all. I agree. I agree. I mean, the thing about it though is, right, it's like it's a zero sum game. If you really think about it, right, those shares or those options, those that you're buying and then selling, you're selling it to somebody, right? Like, so somebody has to buy them for you to sell them. So if you're selling high, somebody's buying high. It's just there's got to be winners and losers in it, unfortunately. Spin the bottle theory, but with my buddy Chat Photo, I'm good to go. You can buy a Walmart for 9.87. Photo's been quiet of late. I haven't heard Photo's price predictions. It's a pretty nice bounce right here. Above our 5 and our 9 EMAs, we may get the crossover soon, and let's see if we could get back above 50 on the RSI right here. Hey, can you guys hear me? I think I had myself on mute for like the last 5 minutes. Sorry about that. I was actually talking about basically, guys. We got a nice reversal right here. We got cross back above the 5 and the 9 EMAs, and back above 50 on the RSI. So nice push. You see, we broke out of this descending channel right here as well. So nice, nice move there on Tesla. And then I was just mentioning that on triple Q, this is a very bullish reversal pattern right here, but it's going to depend on if we can actually get the close, right? So it's pretty important that by market close, we, uh, we get this three candle pattern to play out. Just as it is right now, it just needs to close like this, and that would be a nice reversal pattern. So then obviously, if triple Q could rally from there, then that would be a pretty good sign for Tesla and the rest of the tech sector. SPY's rallying pretty nicely now, so we could get a pretty decent close. The only thing that's missing on this Tesla move, guys, as you guys know, is the lack of volume right here. So really want to see the volume start to pick up in the last few candles. It's 3:14, so 45 minutes left in the day. Should have a resistance around this area, 294, basically 295. And you guys can see we're back above this white line, which in the bigger picture is this channel top right here. Right, so this channel top, that's basically this white line that we're over right now. So it'd be nice if we could hold this level and close above here for the day before going into the earnings. Yeah, you see over here how the on the 1 hour chart, the 50 EMA acted as a good support level, right? So that's why I use on my like larger time frames, the 1 hour, the 4 hour, and the daily is the 21 EMA and the 50 EMA. So anytime we break below the 21 EMA, we still have that 50 EMA as a secondary support. All right, so back up, we're holding above the 50 on the RSI, holding above our 5 EMA as well. Volume looks like it could be starting to pick up here, right? So let's keep an eye on this candle. We have a minute and 30 left. See if we can get some good follow-up volume. Let's take a look at it on the 15-minute chart as well. So on the 15-minute, like that's actually a beautiful reversal sign. Exactly what I was talking about on the triple Q. That's what we got right here as well, right? So this candle closed. So it's kind of like an official move, right? So that's your hammer candle pattern that signals a reversal. So on the 15-minute, we got that candle pattern. We're getting close to, we crossed above our average on the RSI, getting towards the 50, back above our 5 EMA and our 9 EMA. Hopefully this cross comes as well too right before close. So let's see if the volume kicks in towards like the last half hour. Usually it does. Usually the volume kicks in towards the end of the day. Nice push. The volume wasn't really there on that candle, but the price action is good. We're getting a little bit of separation between our EMAs. Let's see if some buying pressure comes in now to push us higher. On the hourly chart over here, like I said, we bounced off of that 50 EMA, and now the candle that's kind of forming right here is almost a bullish engulfing candle, right? So I'm not counting the wick, so it's not as strong, but the body is pretty much engulfing the previous bearish candle, so it's a good sign. Good sign. 293.80. We're maybe coming to test this level right here. Expect a little bit of resistance, a little bit of turbulence at that level. 295 really, 294.95. I think if we could get a nice close above this level right here, I'll be super stoked going into earnings. Close above 295. Basically, taking back this level at 295 would kind of like eliminate this this downtrend move right here of lower highs, lower lows, right? Because if we were to just fall off from here, we're still doing lower highs, lower lows. So taking out this level right here, we would basically get rid of that, and hopefully from there just do higher highs and higher lows to effectively reverse this downtrend. In 36 minutes. Yep, almost there, guys. I mean, it's been a pretty strong play so far, right? I mean, we've been watching this for a while, and I think to come to a head today with the earnings, we'll see how this plays out. But it's been a good ride so far. We have about 3 minutes left on the 15-minute candle. See if RSI can get above 50. Really just need one strong push to that 295 level, and I think that's where the volume will come in. See SPY and triple Q. SPY is still rallying, which is, that's a very good sign, right? So we did a three-wave pullback, and now hopefully getting this nice five-wave rally going up. Triple Q again. This is on the hourly, so as long as it closes like anywhere above 386, I think it's going to be a nice move going forward. But we can take a look at it on the 5 minute, and I guess you guys could kind of even take this as an inverse head and shoulders on a smaller time frame. But it's looking pretty solid. So it's definitely giving some strength to Tesla. Yeah, it is a nice bounce back right here. It's not a bad a couple candles here to kind of just consolidate and hold above our 5 EMA right here. I think the volume is about to pick up right now. So RSI is holding above 50. And looks like volume it starts to increase. We're holding above our 5 EMA. I think we're going to go test this 295 level before close. That was a decent candle right there. Really close to getting that crossover on the 15-minute chart. Gotta run. Good luck to all for the earnings and thanks for the journey this far. Oh, no problem, Alex. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you being here. Good luck to you as well. Take care. 12 minutes left, guys, in the 15-minute candle. The RSI is getting back above. It's getting close to this 50 on the 15-minute chart, and we're about to get this bullish crossover, the 5 above the 9 EMA. I really do think that the volume will pick up once that happens and we get closer to this 295 level. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Come back on tomorrow to let us know how you did. Feel like we'll all be in a good place tomorrow. All right, here comes a decent push, 294 right now. Let's go back to the 5-minute. Nice bounce off of our 5 EMA. The volume is increasing. Still have a minute left in this 5-minute candle. Triple Q is pulling back a little bit, but uh, it's most likely just doing a small move down before it bounces back up. SPY as well. SPY is pulling back a little bit. As long as it's higher highs and higher lows, uh, we should be all right. 30 seconds left in the candle. The volume's there. Volume is increasing. Getting a little bit of pullback here. See if we can bounce off of our 9 EMA. Breaking below 50 on the RSI. We had 24 minutes left in the day before we head into the earnings. I would really love to see us take out the 295. Honestly, even if we just wicked out, um, we just took it out even slightly, and then we pulled back. I would be cool with that because that would be us basically taking out this peak in the lower lows, lower highs, and effectively erasing that downtrend. Then we could pull back here, and then even if we bounce from there, we're doing higher highs and higher lows. So let's see if in the last 24 minutes we can make a rally. This is a pretty strong pullback though, off of for one candle. This right here is also the channel top, right in the bigger picture. Kind of bouncing off that level, off that same channel top that we have right here. So where we're bouncing right around our 9 EMA on the 5 minute. Give me like 5 minutes, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Wow, looks like we're starting off a little bit over here towards the end. Let's see if we can still make this higher high, higher low. As long as we can hold this level right here, we can still do a higher high, higher low. Oh, no problem, love never fails. Thank you so much for always being on and always being a good sport and always participating and stuff. I really appreciate it. I enjoy doing the stream, guys. I really do. I won't be able to do it much longer, honestly. This will probably be my last week. So we'll make the most of it. Not just for today and earnings. For tomorrow, we'll follow up on Friday. But then starting Monday, like I said, I got a new job that I'm starting, so um, won't be able to live stream. But I'll still be making the videos, so I still expect you guys to comment on those. Let me know what tickets you guys want to see, and I'll let you guys know about the next play that I'm rotating into once I'm done with Tesla. And then again, if you guys are interested, I do have my Patreon channel that should be up in like next 2 weeks or so, 2 or 3 weeks. If you guys want to join me on that, that's where I'll be doing live streams. Probably a few during the days, a few during the nights. Live streaming tutorials on how to use Elliott Wave and technical analysis, stage analysis, wipe off method, all kinds of different stuff, as well as having my trades and all those things up there. So it should be fun. If you guys want to join me there, just let me know. I've already had some of you guys have already reached out. So if you guys are interested, so let's build out a community over there, guys. I think that'll be really cool. I would love to have you guys. And then of course follow me on TikTok, Instagram. Over there, I'm gonna be posting like quick updates for you guys. Uh, oh, thank you, Yelton. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, that's really why I've been able to stream as much as I've been doing for the past 2 or 3 weeks because I've basically been between jobs. So I was doing like my whole onboarding and stuff for the past 2 or 3 weeks. So it actually starts now on Monday. So name of the stream, um, I haven't come up with the name of the stream yet, but I'll let you guys know. I'll let you guys know. I mean, I'll still probably stream on YouTube like maybe once a week or something like that if I can, or do like maybe a full market recap on the weekends or something. So this way we'll always be able to connect and chat and stuff. This is a nice bullish reaction right here that we're getting. But also, guys, on the uh, on the Discord, basically, you guys will get access to once you join the Patreon, you'll get access to the Discord, and on the Discord is where like I'll be posting like my predictions on different stocks and everything like that. So you guys can basically see. You guys don't even have to like wait for my videos or anything. You guys will just know how I feel about something. I'm gonna have like all of my tickers and stuff up here. You guys will have access to different courses and tutorials that I'm working on that I'm gonna put up over here. There'll be chats for us to talk in, and you guys to give your guys picks, what you guys are interested in, and your guys due diligence. So it'll be pretty cool. Name it after your kids' initials. Yeah, I could do that. I could do that. Both my girls names start with an I though, so it's gonna be I. Big time now. There was Meet Kevin. Oh yeah, Meet Kevin's pretty cool. No, not big time. It's just something that I really just enjoy doing, honestly. I really enjoy technical analysis. I enjoy trading, and I would love to make it like something that I can do full time. But until I get to that point, I'll just do what I can. YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Discord. I just enjoy chatting about it with you guys as well. So it definitely beats trading alone. Really, he has his own ETF. That's pretty wild. All right, guys, we're closing in the last 10 minutes. So basically, like the last two candles of the day. I think this is a good sign because this looks like a bounce right here. If we don't break below, then it looks like that's basically going to set us up for a higher high and a higher low. Google Meet Kevin ETF. I'll definitely take a look at that. But so this is basically crunch time for you guys to like really decide what you guys are doing. Just curious, how many of you guys are planning on holding any positions during earnings? So I'm basically getting down to it right now, and I think I'm gonna go with. I think I feel comfortable holding, but I'm gonna take half off, and I'm gonna leave half, which is not that much left, honestly, of my original position because I took profits on the way up. So I'm gonna probably just sell half here of my position and just go in with a couple of runners uh, into earnings. I do think that it's gonna be a solid. I, personally, guys, and this is just my own personal belief, so take it with a grain of salt. I think that earnings will be decent. I think earnings will be decent, and I think we'll get a push higher to that 300 to 314 level. But again, that's just my own intuition, and that's not something I can prove to you guys, and I can be wrong. So take it with a grain of salt. But I will show you guys again to close out the day um, what the overall picture is that we're looking at based off of like the wave count and stuff. So we have that kind of like fresh in our heads. So this is the overall scenario that we're looking at, guys. This is the five wave move up. I think we may be finishing this this fifth wave, the fifth wave of our third wave, around that 314 level, right? And then from there, I think maybe we get one more pullback, like a 1 to 2 week pullback before we rally higher to around 340 to like 360 area, right? So if that is the case, then I just plan on like selling the rest around this level, getting out of my entire position, let this uh, correction play out, and then try to ride this fifth wave move for one last push before a much larger correction plays out, right? So essentially, this is the move right here. We have the first wave, second wave. All of this is this third wave, which is what we're looking to finish up around the 314 level. Pull back for a fourth wave, and then one more move up to around 340. I think that would be a decent. That would be on picture perfect Elliott wave. Obviously, things don't have to work out perfectly textbook, but that would be a textbook Elliott wave move for this larger third wave, right? So then in the larger scheme, that would complete the third wave of this move. So this is first wave, second wave. This whole thing then would be our third wave. And then we'll get a larger fourth, and then a fifth. So that's the bigger picture, guys. I think we rally higher a little bit, but who knows? The alternative scenario was that we had a less bullish count, uh, which could still play out. I'm not favoring it, but it could still play out that way. Instead of this count, we end up getting this less bullish count right here, where we just top out over here and we pull back deeper to around 220, 230 in a 1-2-1-2 scenario. But we'll see. We'll see. If you guys have been limiting your risk and stuff, then you guys should be fine either way. And I can kind of show you guys where the you guys can see like these were the pullbacks that are pretty much 1-2s are connected to these 3-4s. I mean, I'll go over that another time. We're closing up right now. 291.89. It's been a fun ride so far, guys. Let's hope earnings is bullish, and I wish you guys the best of luck. Big picture is still within pie shape area you have on pick. Yeah, it's still somewhat in this wedge right here, right below this white line. So it's possible. It's possible that I could still come back into this channel and or break below it. But I guess we'll know like around 5:30, right? 5:30 Eastern. I'm actually gonna have to break out, guys. I'm gonna have to break out. I'll try to come back around 5:30 for the earnings, but there are a couple of things that I have to take care of um, before 5 o'clock. So I have to run, do a couple of errands, and then try to be back at 5:30. If you guys want to join me for the actual earnings call at 5:30, I'll live stream it with the price action in the background, so we can see how the price reacts. Other fellas said 30 after close. So I saw it says 5:30 Eastern. Somebody did say like the reports will come out at 4:30, but the actual call I think is happening at 5:30 Eastern. I mean, yeah, the price might just end up moving like 30 after close because I think that's when the numbers are get released. So unfortunately, I won't be there for you guys when that happens. I have to run. Yeah, I mean he might have been, but even the 30 after close is doesn't matter because 5:30 Eastern would be an hour 30 after close. So I think he was probably talking about the reports, like the numbers will actually come out, but the actual call, like where Elon speaks or whatever, and that's where we'll get the outlook and stuff. I think that's going to be at 5:30. So I'll try to be back for that. Um, Maybe we'll see some price action move during that time as well. But this is it, guys. Last minute. Speak now or forever hold your peace. We're holding our shares, or we're pulling out. I think I'm gonna hold. So just manage your guys' risks. That's all. Yep. 1 minute left. My final price, by the way, guys, was remember I said 290.15. No, I said 292.15, so 293.40 in the water. All right, guys, that's it. Pencils down. So I got a close of 291.13. Wow, what's happening after hours right now? Something strange is happening after. I mean, the reports aren't released right now, are they? You guys seeing this right now? I was about to head out, but this is interesting. Something's happening here. I don't even think the numbers are out yet. Oh yeah, after hours is definitely strange right now. This is probably like where all the big money's coming in and they're battling it out. Unless, is there any other news out here? Equity markets advance as investors weigh Goldman earnings, other corporate results. Oh, maybe other earnings are out and that's pushing the market. So triple Q is full back. SPY pull back. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. 4:30 will be interesting. See once the numbers are released, and then the call as well at 5:30. So I could actually leave this running, honestly, guys. I just have to go run a couple of errands really quickly. So I could leave it running if you guys want to stay tuned in on the price action as the numbers come out, and then I could just pull back up when it's 5:30 for the earnings call. Trying to see which way this candle closes and what's going on over here. I think there's some shorts covering here. Maybe some shorts doubling down. Yeah, that's what I see over here. I see the estimate as point 0.8. Wow, this is actually pretty action packed right here. Oh, that's a pretty big red candle. Are the numbers out, you guys? Oh wow, it's tanking. Not really sure what this is. If I doubt the reports are out right now. Oh no, they did report. So wait, did they report? Trying to see if the numbers are out, but I don't see anything. Do you guys see anything on your end? We're pushing up now. I can't find the numbers. The numbers are in. 92 more than expected. That's solid. Awesome. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, I still have to head out and take care of those errands before 5, but I can't step away now. 296. Yelton gets the comment of the day. Green to the moon, boys. See, is it gonna hold or is it gonna keep pushing? I'm just think maybe we're gonna be waiting for the outlook, right, from the actual call. I mean, hey, let's see how this plays out. It looks it hasn't really made up its mind yet. It looks like so. I think we'll see for sure once the call once they have the call and get the outlook and everything as well. So let's see how this holds. All right, so I'm just gonna run then and quickly take care of the things that I have to take care of. So this way we can if you guys are still around, then I'll live stream the actual earnings call at 5:30 Eastern. So see, hopefully the price holds up till then. It's really like a seesaw right now. Uh, all right, so I'm gonna run it. You guys, I'll leave the price action up for you guys so you guys can see if anything changes. All right, so I'll be back in a little bit, guys. If you guys are still around, if not, then I'll just end the stream when I get back. But good luck, guys. I'll be back soon. All right, peace.